I listened very carefully to the calls for constitutional reform in this area, and I do not believe that anyone on the government side has any difficulty with the concerns and the points that were raised. I also listened very carefully to Senator Herrera once again making the point that the Auditor General is always, it always appears that the Auditor General is at fault in failing to bring the audits on time, but in truth, most of the time it appears that the Accountant General has not produced the accounts for them to be audited in a timely manner. And therefore, the mechanism in the Finance and Audit Reform Act needs to be looked at again to ensure that the accounts and the audits take place in a timely manner. And I do believe, Madam President, that one of the main problems is manpower. And so we have to harness the advantages of technology to ensure that we can ensure that government accounts are kept up to date, government accounts are fed into the Accountant General's department on a timely basis in a way that they can be properly accumulated, properly developed, and presented to the Auditor General on a timely basis. Madam President, with respect to the qualifications of the candidate that is before you, the post was advertised for, as I understand it, for over 6 weeks. The qualifications were listed there. She satisfied the requirements, and therefore she was shortlisted. The panel that interviewed was comprised of the Financial Secretary, the Cabinet Secretary, and the CEO in the Ministry of the Public Service. All people who have experience in governance and public service and who are not politicians. I have every confidence, Madam President, that they satisfied themselves that she met the criteria, and there is no reason to believe otherwise. Just take a look at the internet to search the University of South Wales, where she got her MBA, and you will see the ranking of that university. And of course, we are familiar with the University of Belize. The final point to which I wish to respond is the length of the appointment. And I just want to remind senators that it was this Senate in 2022 that passed the Auditor General's Extension of Service Act. This Senate passed the law that says that the Auditor General should be appointed to 65. That is why 65 is here. We prescribe that for the purpose of security of tenure. And so the one point I would very happy is that we avoided the outrageous and scandalous character assassination that happened in the other place on Friday. And I want to thank Senator Herrera and Senator Benguche for their affirmation in supporting the candidate. And you are right, Senator Benguche. It is only because the social partners said that they would not support the temporary appointment on the last occasion that government was compelled to make sure that the process was done regularly and above board. Madam President, I ask that the matter be referred to committee.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, we now have the slew of amendment loan motion, or the amendment motions, the motions to amend the loan motion, the loan agreements. And I seek your indulgence, Madam President, to move all 10 Government of the Republic of China Taiwan loan amendment motions together that are listed on the order paper, which were circulated to all members. With your permission, Madam President, I wish to be excused from reading the recitals for each motion. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that these amendments are in the best interest of the country of Belize, approves and confirms that the Government of Belize may enter the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 025-106-001, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment Number 3 to Loan Agreement Number 60202360004, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 60202360005, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 60202360006, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment Number 2 to Amended and Restated Loan Agreement Number 60202360007, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 60202360008, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 60202360009, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 60202360010, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 60202360011, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, and Amendment Number 1 to Loan Agreement Number 60202360012, Loan Amendment Motion Number 2025, on the terms and conditions set out, and authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreements and all other documents and agreements connected therewith. Madam President, as is clear to all senators, what these amendments do is to suspend payments for an additional 3 years on all these loans from the Republic of China, Taiwan.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfy.
Much obliged, Madam President. Madam President, as a voracious consumer of all different types of puddings, there's hardly a saying that I like more than the proof of the pudding is in eating. You know, you go, and I will lapse into a bit of insanity like my colleague, Senator Dennison. You know, you go to places. Have I been to a restaurant, Madam President? And they look fancy. Fancy china. Fancy plate, spoon. Huh? Making a fancy stove, fancy pot. But the food not nice. The food not nice. But what the restaurant tries to do is to build up all these things to make you feel like you're in a spectacular environment. But you go there to eat. And the pudding not nice. Madam President, these 10 motions, and I don't blame the leader of government business, you know, I would want to wrap them up too and have one banner to just pull it off rather than torture by 10,000 cuts. Madam President, this government has produced in the last 4.5 years, going into 5, they have produced pudding when a nice. And they fancy it up with all this legislation and full tenure of this. We pass all these laws and we qualify for this and we've been certified for that. But this shows that we broke and can't pay our bills. That we come in 2021 and tell the Taiwanese, "Bye, listen to me. We took on a job that was bigger than us, we need a break with these loans. Give us 3 more years." And then when 3 more years come, you say, hold on. I need 3 more years. You didn't know you needed 6 years from the beginning? What's going on? Let me give you another example, Madam President. Allow me to diverge just a bit, just to give an example of proof of the pudding is in the eating. A very good friend, Senator Carl, was talking about how Toledo has been ignored. Let me show you what is proof of the pudding in the eating, Madam President. From 1998 till today, 27 years. For the last 27 years, Toledo has been represented by the UDP for those 4 of those years. Of which one of those members was Minister of Works for 10 years. So when you talk about your district being ignored, it was ignored by your party, sir. It was ignored by your people. You see, you could talk, and some Martinez is the greatest thing since sliced bread, and you're in love with that one, and you're doing this, and you're doing that. You have been representing that place. Madam President, let me just look at one of these things. Because some of them include loans from 2004, And nowhere in these recitals does it say that during the UDP's 12 years we ever came and asked for this kind of forgiveness, this kind of deferral. Nowhere is it here. Or put it. So in 2021, Madam President, they went to Taiwan for 10 loans, because all of them read exactly the same. In 2021, they couldn't handle the job. Deferred it to 2024, and they're coming back again, and they can't handle the job. Their financial performance has not been up to par, and this is in the face. You see, when you talk about the proof of the pudding is in the eating, Madam President, according to the Prime Minister of this country, around the same time in 2021 or 2022, we were the fastest thing growing other than Guyana. You remember that? The country of Belize is doing the best in the Western Hemisphere, and we flush with cash, and we have this, and the banking system is too liquid, and all of that. Not knowing at the time you were begging for mercy with your loans to one of our most friendly nations, sister nations. This right here, Madam President, is proof that the People's United Party has failed in their financial policy since coming to government November 2020. And then, Madam President, they always say, the key to a great story, is not who, where, or what, but why? Why? Why do this now? Why do this now? Aren't you been boasting that election of car right now win all 31 seats? Is that what you're saying? So why the rush to do this now? Why not wait for another mandate from the people that you think you will get to do this? But I'll tell you why, Madam President. In 3 years' time, that's when your Prime Minister will leave, And somebody else will get this baba. If the PUP were to win again, in 3 years' time, the current Minister of Finance, Gwen, and these will kick in again. And I don't know who will be left. I don't know who will be left to ask Taiwan, tail between the leg, cap in hand, we need another extension. because we simply don't need to we don't know how to manage this economy without getting free passes to not have to pay the loans that we owe to people. How come you get on TV and praise yourself for such financial success, but 2 times in your term, less than 4 years apart, you come begging for your creditors to not collect on the debt owed? Debt incurred from the time when you were first in government, 98 to 2008, some of them. So explain that to the Belizean people. Explain to the Belizean people why you can't even pay your bills when you boast of such robust financial success. How? If you're so successful and you've been so well, why do we need breaks on loans, some of which are 2-3 million, 5 million for a sovereign nation? Pay that, man. We're doing so well paid. Huh? Why do we need breaks? Why are we crying to people when publicly we're saying we are doing the best? This is the best government we have ever seen and all that. Anyway, Madam President, it's right here. You don't need any other proof. This is like confession. This is like your hand being caught in the cookie jar. You've been talking about all this success and you bring to this National Assembly these 10 bills where you're admitting that in 2021 you went to the Taiwanese people, you begged them for 3 years, and you're coming back 3 years later to beg them for another 3 years at the almost end of the current budget cycle. Something wrong, man. Something wrong. This, Madam President, is an admission by the government that they have failed the people of Belize. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, in 2021, when these extensions were, when the moratorium were requested and granted, we were just coming out of the whole COVID epidemic, and so the country was opening up again and business started flowing. But the thing is with it, that took a while, and so we understood that government collections were not where they needed to be, and so it was, I believe, justifiable at that point that you would have wanted a moratorium to give yourself some time. And at that time, the request was 3 years, and the moratorium was on principal payments. It's not on interest payments. So we understand all of that, Madam President. It was needed at the time. There are a lot of people who were having some very difficult times, and government needed to do a lot more in terms of social programs to help them, to help alleviate some of the hardships. But then we come 3 years later, and the request for a moratorium is being made again through these motions. I just want to go over the numbers just briefly, Madam President. The total amount of the loans are $130.2 million, or $260.4 million Belize dollars. That's basically what we're asking the moratorium on. For 3 years, that would save us or every year that will save us 14.4 million US dollars, or 43.2 million US dollars every 3 years. So in the 3 years, that's basically what we would save in terms of principal payments. So we're talking about that as cash flow. We have 43.2 million US dollars, or 86.4 million Belize dollars more to spend over that 3 years. That's cash flow. Again, that is important from a financial management standpoint, because sometimes you need your cash. But we're 3 years along the line, almost zero employment. The economy is doing relatively well. And so Madam President, I really don't see this need that we had in 2021, in 2025. To me, that aspect of it, I'm having an issue reconciling. But then as well, Madam President, there's a cost to this. And this is what we need to get into. Every 3 years, this is costing us 10.5 million US dollars, or 21 million Belize dollars every 3 years. And for the 6 years, if you add the 6 years together, it has cost us 42 million Belize dollars more on these loans. And basically what we've said, what we're saying here, Madam President, is we're paying 3 years interest more on each of these loans, if we look at just the motion in front of us. But in reality, we're paying 6 years more interest on each of these loans. That's the cost of it. And so whatever we're using this cash flow for, Madam President, this 172.8 million Belize dollars, that's what we would save in principal payments, or this is what we would defer in principal payments over the 6 years. Hopefully, it's for some dynamic projects. Hopefully, it's something that will give some real bump to the economy, because the cost to the Belizean people is significant. That $42 million over the 6 years, Madam President, if you look, and I was trying to get the cost of a low-income house, but I'm estimating it around $40,000, $50,000. And so if you're looking at that, you could have done like around 1,000 low-income houses from that additional cost of interest that you're looking at. And I'm sure that this could be looked at in other areas. I'm just, the low-income housing is just a easier example to use. And so I just wanted to throw some of these numbers, Madam President, because I heard the debate, well, part of the debate in the House, and I've listened to, some of the discussions around it, and no one didn't go into the actual numbers so much, and so I wanted to just throw some of these numbers out. Throwing some of these numbers out. It's important that we talk about specifics sometimes, but so I wanted to just mention these, Madam President. In short, and in closing, I'm just saying that it's costing the Belizeans, it's costing the country 42 million Belize dollars over the 6 years. And that is because we're paying 6 years interest more for each of these loans. That's the cost of it. And so I think that in debating these motions, I think that that type of information is important that the public understands. Now, again, governments need cash flow for all types of issues and projects. I'm just not seeing the big need given where we are post-COVID 3-4 years after. And so hopefully we get an explanation in that regard. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett Moody.
Good morning, Madam President, colleagues. I'm not a finance person, nowhere near. The expert is beside me, really, on my right. I guess I could transfer some of that knowledge. But as a Belizean, I can read and I can comprehend. And even as I look at these motions, there's a total of, let me see, 10 motions? 10, yeah, we're looking at 10. And for the sake of the Belizean people, when you are listening to what is being shared in the National Assembly, you would want to think that on the side across from me that the information will be factual, that it will not be disinformation, that it would not be misinformation. And what is sad is that we say we are honorable, but yet we provide the public with information that is so misleading. Let me walk you through the different time frames in which these motions were made, or these loans were made. And if we think about the time frame in which that horrible governance that we had prior to the UDP, it actually was before. I am glad that you could have fun, Senator Michael Parafit, but what is sad is that you come here every time and you try to mislead the public. And you do it in such a way that is very disgraceful, actually. 2017, who was in government? Please. Who was in government then? 2017, that was the UDP. Yes. In 2004, who was in government? That was another loan, Madam President. Who was in government then? Can you answer, please? Who was in government in 2004? That's another loan. 2006, who was in government then? Oh my gosh. It's so pathetic that you would sit over there and be so dishonest. Who was in government in 2012, 2008, 2009? And what were the amount of loans that were made, the suffocating amount that is still now the burden on our people? 2010, who was in government? Mr. Purfy? Can you recall the number of loans that you guys made and the amount? Madam President, in 2013, the UDP was in government. And so the people have to remember and recall that yes, we have all these documentation and these processes in front of us being channeled and being asked for us to consider what is being required of us. But they must remember the history from which it comes. I remember just prior to the election, the last general election, I was saying, well, at least the PUP now have, or the PUP will have the opportunity to focus on major infrastructure simply because the UDP was apparently making some inroads in terms of road infrastructure. But that didn't last very long. We still have the effects of those poorly built roads based on those number of loans that were made. And so as a government, what we have done, and I appreciate that we have a leader who is a finance-based person, he has just basically put the framework, the foundation, the stabilization of the economy of this country. And so, Madam President, even as I sit here and not being a financial guru, I can tell you, we have been stabilized financially. I support.
I recognize Senator Antonio Herrera.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. First of all, thank you again on my behalf and our behalf for the service you have done on the Senate. Thank you very much. Now we focus on these 10 loan motions. I won't be long because I really appreciate what the other Senator Herrera broke down the numbers, right? No, yeah, the good one, the good senator. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now we try to go as straight as we can to explain to the people that these 10 motions that we're bringing to the Senate today will have serious implementations. He gave the figure, I think it's $42 million US. For me, I looked at it on a different side by saying to the normal or to the current people that will understand the basics. 6 years more of interest, because all that was halted is the principal on these payments. If we owe $100 and 10 was the interest carries on 3 years and 3 years after that. And we still owe the principal. It has not moved any at all, none, zero. And again, what makes me wonder is the small balances that we have to pay. You guys can't pay it. It might be the UDP, the PUP who did it before, but you guys asked for the job, and here we are today. A failed plan, Belize. Failed because it's not meeting the loans obligations. Look at these 10 loans. We're coming here 3 years. All right, we can understand COVID. COVID was a problem. Everything was slow. I'm a businessman. I own several businesses. Things were slow. We're going through a very hard time when it came to COVID. And the country, the entire nation could have understood that we could have not met our obligation. Even the banks to us halted for the same reason, and everybody would applaud that. But here we are with a robust economy, and we cannot meet small change. That small change in the eyes of the other debts that we have. So for us, as the common man on the street would say, what is wrong here? Something is definitely wrong that this government cannot meet their obligations. We're going into the 6th year, and maybe we'll ask for another 3 years after that. Who knows? Because the loans keep accommodating, the interest keeps growing. So we still owe the same amount as we did today, 3 years ago, 3 years more, and the other 3 years that we might be asking for. Madam President, we cannot support this bill. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. I listened to the leader of opposition business, and I was very, very disappointed because
Again? Where are we not?
always it makes me wonder, is this the only way that the UDP thinks that they can win? By trying to fool the Belizean people? Is this the only way for the UDP? You talk about putting on ice, but you're putting on ice. What when you look at these 10 loans, Senator Herrera spoke about how they break down 130 million roughly. Of that, about 118 million was done under the past PUP administration. But the rest was under the UDP. And it would be useful to understand what was the purpose for those loans under the UDP. You know what they were? Budget support. You know what budget support means? You're broke. That's what budget support means. You're broke. Look at it. You borrowed in 2009, $20 million. You borrowed in 2010, $30 million. You borrowed in 2013, $40 million. This is all US dollars. You borrowed in 2017, $25 million US dollars. In 2018, $40 million US dollars. You watch it, the number keeps going up higher and higher. You were broke. You're running this government on borrowed money, borrowed time. And clearly, you weren't running the government nor the economy in any prudent way, in any positive way. So, what we see here is debt. Debt that has been accumulated from budget support. You are paying interest with these loans. That's what you are doing, paying interest with these loans. So I don't think there's any, I don't know, what do you call it, like moral authority to speak on any of this, because it only reflects upon you the disastrous way that this government was being run under the past UDP administration, the pure fiscal incompetence of the past UDP administration. For you to speak to it, to raise issues over what is being presented here today, just further affirms that level of incompetence, or a further effort to pull the wool over the Belizean people as to the mismanagement of the government under the past UDP administration. Contrast that now. Contrast that. Let's look at numbers, because the numbers are all there for the people to see. It's not hidden. The numbers are there for the people to see. Look at the debt of this government, and you will know, you know the figures. You just don't want to speak to the figures because you know what the reality is, and the reality now is far better than what the reality was 4 or 5 years ago. The external debt under the UDP up to 2020 was $2.9 billion. $2.9 billion. The external debt today is still less than that $2.9 billion. So you could go about talking about, this loan and that loan and that loan, but you know what? The external debt is actually less now, 4 years later, than it was in 2020. 4 years later, we have not increased the debt load of this government. We have reduced the debt load of this government. Again, I'm sorry to say, I mean, you kind of misunderstand what's the difference between borrowing and disbursing. It's still not debt. It's not debt until it's disbursed. So, Senator Herrera spoke about the virtues and the concerns in respect of these loan amendment motions. And yes, Senator Herrera is correct that there will be cash flow relief. And this is part of your fiscal management, the cash flow relief that is generated. You want to use the relief created to invest in areas that will generate a return that will more than cover the relief or the opportunity cost of generating that relief. And that is what this government has been and will continue to be about. These are long-term investments. When we look at education in particular, I think nobody can deny the effort of this administration to invest in education. Free education is being rolled out throughout this entire country. The rate of return on that investment is the best rate of return that you can possibly get. Any public investment you can get. But it takes 30 years worth of that investment to see the full return in that investment. That is to come. further investment in education. But this government has focused heavily in its CAP 2 budget on investment in education. Even CAP 3 budget, the grants that we get from Taiwan, investment has been made in the Healthy Start feeding program, in the Internet for Schools feeding program, besides the education upliftment program of free education in throughout high schools as we move along that pathway. That, by far and away, will pay for in return on investment. So this cash flow relief supports the continuing journey towards that free education in a significant way. Of course, we can talk about the NHI program and the rollout of the NHI program. That is an investment in our people, in the health of our people. When our people are healthy, they are more productive. That has a return. There is a return on investment in that in health. But there is also in infrastructure, in the investments that we have made in infrastructure, in the road network, in the improvement of the road networks across this country, improve the logistics of all business, including yours, Senator Herrera, of all business in the sense of trade, in the sense of commerce. So these investments bring that rate of return that far exceeds that opportunity cost. That opportunity cost being roughly 2.6% per annum as to what Senator Herrera alluded to. So yes, there is, if you have a low-cost finance, why not take advantage of that low-cost finance to make the investments rather than go about and borrow at 6-7%. Use the lower cost finance at 2.5, 2.6% to make that capital available to make these types of investments. So, getting back to the motion, I hope I've addressed your concerns, Senator Herrera, but that is what fiscal management is about. Utilizing the access to finance and maximizing that opportunity when you look at where you can get the cheapest sources of finance. This might not look like that to you, but that is what that is. So I hope you are able to appreciate what this is about, but if not, I'll be happy to speak to you outside of the Senate.
Madam President, in winding up the debate, I don't propose to castigate the Honorable Senator Perry verbally any further than he has already been corrected. He doesn't recognize it, but what he failed to appreciate, that of the $130 million US dollars in debt that we're talking about here, approximately 118 million was borrowed by the United Democratic Party government under Dean Oliver Barrow. Senator Herrera, again, the good Senator Herrera again raised the question, and the answer came from Senator Cowie. It's a policy decision. The Republic of China, Taiwan, is a good development partner of Belize. And if, as we have negotiated, a deferral of interest payments and principal payments that have to be paid now, which provides a cash flow relief, the test in the pudding, Senator Perry, will be what we do with the cash flow relief. Senator Cowie has indicated, Madam President, that the intention is to continue Plan Belize's investment in the social and infrastructure fabric of this country. The cash flow relief will be used for education, will be used for health, will be used for infrastructure. And in Plan Belize 2.0, it will be used for housing. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House approves and confirms the 10 Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 025-106001, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment number 3 to Loan Agreement number 602023600004, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 602-0236-005, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 6020-0236-006, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment number 2 to Amended and Restated Loan Agreement number 602-0236-007, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 602-0236-008, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 602-0236-009, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 602-0236-010, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 602-0236-011, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, and Amendment number 1 to Loan Agreement number 602-0236-012, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan amendment agreements and all other documents and agreements connected therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize, being a member of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the bank, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize has approached the bank for financial assistance in execution of Belize Reliant and Resilient Energy System project, designed mainly to strengthen the reliability and resilience of national electricity system and enable greater renewable energy integration. And whereas the project will involve the following: acquiring and deploying 4 10-megawatt battery energy storage systems across project sites, designing, acquiring, and installing all associated investments for 4 battery energy storage systems, supporting stakeholders to inform and develop policies and regulations critical to the electricity sector, providing technical capacity building and carrying out skills development activities through the provision of scholarships and mentoring for women to develop technical and soft skills within science, technology, engineering, and math and energy sectors. And whereas the proposed project will be financed through an IBRD loan in the sum of US $50 million from the bank's own resources, a concessional financing in the sum of $8.2 million from the Canada Clean Energy and Forest Climate Facility Single Donor Trust Fund, which is facility funded by the Government of Canada to support transformational climate actions of World Bank projects and which is administered by the bank, and a grant in the amount of US $200,000 also from the CCEF-CF. And whereas it is intended that the execution of the program shall be carried out on behalf of the government by the Central Executing Unit of the Ministry of Finance acting as the implementing agency. And whereas the bank has offered a total financing of up to $58.2 million US dollars, $50 million from its own resources and $8.2 million from Canada, for the said purpose and under the following terms and conditions. Lender, International Bank of Reconstruction and Development. Loan principal amounts US $50 million and US $8.2 million from CCFEFCF. Disbursement schedules. Both loans have a disbursement schedule of over a period of 72 months from a date of signature of the loan contracts. The loan terms. Both loans are 20 years inclusive of a 60-month grace period on principal repayments. Repayment periods, the IBRD portion to be repaid in 30 commitment-linked semi-annual and consecutive installments. The CCFEFCF portion to be repaid in 30 equal semi-annual and consecutive installments. Purpose: to execute the BREEZE project that will strengthen the reliability and resilience of the national electricity system and enable greater renewable energy integration. Rate of interest. The interest rate for the IBRD portion is a reference rate plus a variable spread, or such rate as may apply following a conversion. And 2, the interest rate on the CCFEFCF portion is 0%. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of resolution for such a borrowing. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly assist the government of Belize in the execution of the BREEZE project, approves and confirms that the government may enter into the loan contract with the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contracts and all other documents associated therewith. Madam President, as stated in the recitals, purpose of this loan is to facilitate our becoming more resilient and reliant in the energy sector. As we are all aware, we borrow or we buy a significant amount of energy from outside of Belize. 1. 2, as we experienced last year, due to dramatic changes in climatic conditions which have brought on extended droughts, our reliability on the hydro facilities has been lessened. This means that we need to have additional, more reliant sources of energy. In this particular case, we are complementing the existing energy generation capacity with solar, and so the World Bank and the Canadians have agreed to provide $58 million to assist in this effort, which is certainly in the national interest. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfy.
Borrow again. Who no love borrow? Who no love Dean borrow? Who no love Dean borrow? I don't do that borrow. Borrow again. And you know almost as much as Senator Carl loves Osmond Martin. You know, Madam President, there are certain things you just shouldn't do, you know, Madam President. You don't come to the National Assembly 1 month before an election and ask the National Assembly, oh, it will be announced tomorrow. You didn't hear? Oh, all right. You'll catch up. You don't come here at the end of your term to borrow $106 million Belize dollars. No, man. We don't know if the Belizean people will validate the mandate they gave you in 2020. You don't have no right to borrow in the name of the Belizean people for something that can wait, since there's a difference between disbursement and borrowing, no? You don't wait. Huh? No, it's 101. Huh? Not 2.0. And, Madam President, you wait to get the blessing of the Belizean people that they've believed in you for you to have the right to borrow another $106 million. Because quite frankly, Madam President, the people don't see it. And all these things in these other papers and the explanation given by Senator Courtney is so good. But we don't believe. How we have voted for that? It's like the 40-something million that will be freed up from the previous bill to invest in this and invest in that. We don't believe. Because we don't see the investment in anything. And then look at, let me quote to you from the Minister of New Growth Industries for this government, Senator Bennett, this government. When they asked him plain, do you feel like anything meaningful was accomplished over the last 4 or 5 years? And this time the other day, you know, he said this, definitely. Because I feel that it opened up an appetite for innovation within the private sector, looking at new industries that may not be your traditional industries, like aquaculture or sugar and citrus and bananas. I see it definitely open up a whole realm of possibilities. It does require, however, that we amend a lot of legislation to assist industries like the Cahoon industry moving forward. And so I think that while it is the main focus of creating the new industries, was to see how we can introduce cannabis as one of those industries. I think there are so many other great ideas that have come forward, and hopefully even the orange economy, the film industry, the music industry, these can be put as priorities in the next administration. In other words, we're not accomplished nothing. Nothing. Except cut a few ribbons and a few roads and a few bridges that the UDP put in motion. Your Minister of New Growth Industry said, no, do nothing. The chairman of their party, the Minister of Public Service, said, oh, you see that 5-year thing, that plan thing? Hey, we never mean that to be 1 term, you know. No, we need like about 2 terms for that. Just like with the Taiwanese money before. We only need 3 years, but we need another 3. So we need another 5 years, another 5 years, another 5. We don't believe you. And then when you come with a paper like this, 58 million US, you know, acquiring and deploying 4 10-megawatt battery energy storage system. How much that costs? How much those cost? Huh? How much those cost? Designing, acquiring, and installing all associated investments for the 4. How much? What is the breakdown? What will go to what? Because look at number 4. Because you could check the price of the battery. Support, look at number 3 first. Supporting stakeholders to inform and develop policies and regulations critical. What is that? What is that? We don't have electricity in the country. It's not complicated. But why you need that? And then, Madam President, we know you can't understand it. You don't even know when you're in a government. It's 2025, by the way. Madam President, you know how this government operates? This government operates like this. You come to me, you're at my mercy, and you ask me for a glass of water. And I go and I pour the water. This is what this government does. Pour the water, and walking back to you so you could see, I spit in the water. And when I give it to you, you say, as thirsty as I am, me not to drink that. You spit in that. And then their response would be, oh, you see, you're not really thirsty. You don't really want no water. But the problem they don't realize that when you poison something, it doesn't matter what you try to slip in there. Because you see, when we object to this, Senator Courtney will get up and say, listen to what the UDP is objecting to. They don't want women to get scholarships. And they don't want women to be trained. They are against women. Blah, 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 blah. You could jump all you want. Because you know what? You say this, but none of it will happen. None of it will happen. All that scholarship thing, how much money are you putting towards that? Technical capacity building, carrying on skilled. Oh, no one do it. You have never done it. You don't have a history of doing it. Even your new growth minister is saying you haven't done it. So you come now, the end of your term, and ask us to approve $100 and odd million and say just trust us? We will defer this and create finance, and what we will do with it, just trust us, man, just trust we. You don't have the track record to be trusted. Can't support no loan at this point.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Thank you very much, Madam. Madam President, I'd like to use this opportunity while I'm up to also congratulate you on the tremendous work you've done here in Parliament. Very, very impressive. As it relates to this particular motion, and I listened to Senator Perifit, and it's not just this sitting, Madam President, it's like, it's become sort of a chorus for him. And I listened to the House meeting, and I heard one of his two leaders speak speak to the very same chorus. So I said, let me address this, because I remember our Prime Minister saying to him, "When always come and say we borrow alone, really, say it, tell us where." I did a bit of quick research, and I'll go all the way back to 2008. Work with me, brother. In 2008, Madam President, when the Barrow administration took office, our national debt was $2,240,000,000. $2,240,000,000,000. 2008. In 2020, when they remitted office, it was $4,180,000,000. That was our national debt. In 13 years, they were able to increase the national debt by roughly $2 billion. That is apart from the fact, Madam President, that they had access to the oil revenue, free money, Petro-Carib, practically free money, and so $4 billion. We're talking about borrowing, you know. We're talking about borrowing. By 2022, with careful negotiation, our national debt was down to roughly $1.88 billion US. A reduction Listen. Now, they keep saying that we've borrowed all this money. And then I say, what we do with it? I say it in a Creole. Right? I said that in Creole. Let me speak it in English, madam. They don't see what we did with all that money. Between 2022 and 2025, inclusive of the motions that are being passed here today, and I made sure I include it, government of Belize, this People's United Party administration would only have borrowed in our 5-year period. Note the difference now. Yes, sir. Now, this is what you want to hear. I have, after all the mathematics I played with, 640 million. Now, if you guys can prove otherwise, prove it. And what has this government done with that? Brother Chris will help you, because you will also understand that a lot of these were loans made under you and are finally being disbursed. Now, for Belizean people to understand, all right, because Senator Perfi just now got up, no, do this, no, do that, no, do the other. There has not been, post-independence, a more socially conscious government than this PUP government. Yep. Let me outline a few, and I'm not going to get into the cost breakdown as I have them. All right? There has never been, and I was privileged just last week in the Cayo Central Division to attend, Madam President, the issuing of some 600 plus land documents to first-time landowners. That's big. But that's only in that division. It's been over 10,000 countrywide. And again, you ask where the money go? Where the money go? The money went into, some of it, and Senator Herrera, always, I hear you speak about this many times, land acquisition. Land acquisition. And can you imagine the pride and the joy of these first-time landowners as they receive a letter from the Ministry of Natural Resources, a legit one, stating that they now own a piece of the jewel, can own by only contributing $500 Belize, not for a piece of leased land, but for a piece of title, property land. That's big. That's big. And unless you are there and see the joy, you'll never know. Then Senator Chris spoke about free education. All over. I am dealing with the fact that you, sir, said, oh, we don't see where the money go. I'm telling you where the money goes. Relax yourself, relax yourself. All right? Then, Madam President, there's the expansion of NHI. Countrywide now, you know. It will be in Cayo. Cayo Central. Cayo West. All right?
Honorable members, be mindful to keep silent while a member of the Senate is speaking.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Then we have the one of the two leaders, I have to keep reminding them of that, said nothing was done to the electric grid since so many years. And now finally, something is being done. We passed a loan motion for a 60 megawatt solar plant. Hey, brother, don't demonstrate your ignorance, please, please. Please, please. There has to be a level of intelligence with this thing, man. We better than that. We better than that. All right? And now, what we are passing here today, madam, is the battery backup. Isn't that what? You read it? You read it? Yes, but you have to put in place. And that's why when you guys are asking, why last minute, 1 month before election? That's news to me. All right? But what we are seeing here is a government with a plan. A government with a social conscience. A government that addresses the issues and the needs of the Belizean people. That's why we don't only have these starter homes, we have affordable housing in place. We have free education. We have free healthcare in our GOB facilities. We are driving an economy that is working for the Belizean people. I'll say that much, Madam President, and then I'll take up the last piece of what I have to say in the last motion. I support this motion.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I believe that energy security or energy independence is probably one of the biggest issues facing us as a country over the next decade. And that's because of the development over the past several decades and and the increasing demands for energy in the country, as well as the delays we've had in terms of building our generation capacity. And I think I spoke about this in the Senate already some time back. But if you look at where we were supposed to be a couple of years ago, I think we were supposed to add over 60 megawatts to generation, which we didn't. I think we had added about 10 or 12. And so we're really behind to a large extent. And actually, I was expecting, I think that perhaps the bishop was really praying for us this year, Madam President. The rains have stayed a lot longer than we'd expected this year, and that might actually help with the Chaleo and the dam situation. And so hopefully we make it through the dry season without having to deal with blackouts and rolling blackouts. But it was scary last year, and I think that that was predictable and still predictable. If we have a longer dry than would be normal. Hopefully, like I said, the dams hold up and produce more electricity than would be normal. But it's a very important issue, Madam President, and I think it was 2022 that we signed the Saudi loan agreement. In 2023, I believe, in 2024, construction was supposed to begin, and for the first 20 megawatts. And I think inauguration was expected in July of 2025 for the first 20 megawatts, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I don't know where that is, Madam President, and this is really this is really the main point I wanted to bring out in my presentation is that I don't believe that we have enough information flowing about what the situation is, where we are, and what is being done. We have this solar generation that is supposed to come online. but there's no real notices or information coming out in terms of where this process is, if we're on time, not on time, if it's backed up a little. We really don't know. And then you have this $50 million, this $58 million that we're talking about in terms of energy storage. Again, a very needed component of the whole solar infrastructure that we're looking at. I mean, it's necessary, and I think that it's certainly something important and should be a part of what we're looking at from a strategic standpoint. And we probably even have to go a little deeper in that respect. But again, there's certain information that we really don't know. Like, for example, is this something that government will be running itself? Will there be a vehicle, a special purpose vehicle that will come online at some point to run this 60 megawatts from the Saudi, and then the battery storage component of it as well? I don't know. I really don't know, and I think that's very important information. Is this something that BL will be tasked with? I don't know. I mean, we're hoping that BL will stay with distribution, but again, this is information I think that is important for the public to know. To me, solar is certainly an excellent way to go, Madam President, because we have so much solar resources in this country. Right now, we import around 50% of our energy needs from Mexico. This is really a low hanging fruit that we can get investors, we should be able to get investors interested in. But again, because of the lack of information, because of the lack of clarity of information, I've spoken to the PUC several times, persons from the PUC several times. I've spoken to persons from BL several times. And every time I walk away, I walk away a little more confused than before I spoke to them. Because here it is that we need energy generation. And yet there's no clear guidelines in terms of how we'll achieve that. I know that, like I said, the government got the 60 megawatts from the solar, or got money to do the 60 megawatts from the Saudis. And then we have the battery storage right now. But what is the plan going forward? What is the implementation plan of even the solar and the battery the battery storage that we're looking at? Again, this type of thing is very, very unclear, and I think that we as policymakers needing to approve this $58 million loan should have some of that information prior to being asked to support a motion like this. And so I think that wraps up my contribution this morning, Madam President. Again, I hope that we'd have a little more transparency with respect to how this will be implemented. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Bevington Carl.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to support this motion, Madam President. I actually didn't plan to speak on this motion, but Senator Perfit reminded me of something, Madam President. Madam President, with your permission, I just want to read just one paragraph here under the what the project will involve, Madam President. That is, providing technical capacity building and carry out skills development activities through the provision of scholarships and mentoring of women to develop technical and soft skills within the science, technology, engineering, math, and energy sectors. Madam President, this reminds me of inauguration that we did about 3 weeks ago in the Maya communities where I come from, at least in San Lucas and in Lucky Strike, Madam President. And it's unfortunate the good senator stepped out. I wanted to point out to him, Madam President, that in these communities, we inaugurated standalone solar energy to each household in these communities. And the engineers for these standalone solar system, Madam President, were all women. So we had 3 Mayan women who went out of the country, who went in India to do a specialty in solar energy, and now they're engineers. In fact, we call them now the mother of solar in Toledo. And in fact, I believe if they're not there, they just came from Africa, Madam President, where they were invited to go and do trainings in these communities, in these remote communities in Africa. I mean, that speaks volumes. It's obvious that Senator Perfit is not connected to the realities that we're having in Belize, and especially in Toledo. And that's the reason why I need to keep reminding them of the work that we're doing, Madam President. Imagine the communities that did not have electricity now have electricity. I can just point out Corazon now has solar energy, Madam President. So we're bridging that gap when it comes to energy in this country. And of course, I thought that this loan motion, this motion would go through with everybody supporting it, because last summer we had complaints from the same party, the UDP. Back then there was one, Madam President, who were bashing the government about the energy crisis that we were having. And I was listening to Senator Kevin Herrera about the reliance now on solar energy. But Madam President, looking at the weather pattern for this year, actually, it has been raining from August, September up to February, which is strange for us in Belize. So we have to continue adapting, Madam President. And when I look at this battery storage, I believe this is a really good thing for Belize, for us to bridge that gap when it comes to the energy sector in our country. And Madam President, I also have to comment a bit on what Michael Perfit was saying earlier about, where these
Senator Michael Perfit.
Yes, Senator Michael Perfit. Apologies, Madam President. But I have to comment a bit on what he was saying earlier when it comes to the projects and where the monies are going. And of course, it was a bit a low blow when he said about the women, Madam President. But someone reminded me earlier, Madam President, if failure was a party, it would have been the UDP, Madam President, because they were a failure to the energy sector. And of course, a lot of the projects, and I also listened to him earlier about the loan motions, well, at least the Taiwan motions that we went through, Madam President, not to be repetitive here. But again, he was the Minister of Police when during the UDP administration, and we had the Belize Integral Security Program, which was funded by Kabe, and he was the minister back then, and that was a massive failure on their behalf, Madam President. That's the reason why it really reflects. And I wish he was here to listen to me, Madam President, and tell him. But he's looking at the screen to the back. So Michael, I am Senator Perfit. I just wanted to highlight that, Madam President, that again, the failure that they have done to this country is just really disappointing, Madam President. And again, when I talk about this Kabe project, Madam President, it took, again, they say I'm a big fan of the minister, but I have to highlight the work that he has done. It was when he was the CEO who actually saved this project, Madam President. That's the reason why we have now good facility. They just did a inauguration for the barracks in Belize here at Price Barracks, Madam President, for the BDF. Again, if it's not because of the vision of Dr. Martinez when he was CEO, just imagine what's going to happen next after this, Madam President. But I just wanted to highlight the failure, Madam President. I wanted to go on the record that if failure was a party, it would have been the UDP, and it's showing right now, Madam President. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Mark O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam President. And I wasn't really going to speak on this loan motion, but my good coach, Senator Montejo, riled me up. So now, when you think about these loan motion and loans on a whole, I know we like to bring back past government and compare. However, who pays the loan? Who pays the bill? The people pays the bill. And there's no way, absolutely no way, that you could sugarcoat or pretty loans. Right? There's no way. Loans are loans. So, in looking at these loan motion, Madam President, we must consider the state of our people when making decisions, especially regards to the depth of our country and the depth of our people. Whatever more motion, loan motion we bring to the Senate increases, eventually, I would say, eventually increases the depth of our people. And Madam President, if you go out there and listen to the cries and the concerns of the people, the question as to why are we borrowing and borrowing and borrowing, Madam President. Our people are concerned about the future of our country, the future of our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Senator Montejo mentioned in regards to the land that was given out in Cayo Central. Wonderful, wonderful. However, 93% of Cayo Central is still waiting for that piece of land as well. Of the voting population, right? About 8,500, right? So 93% is still waiting for that love, to share the love. So, Madam President, parents and grandparents have worked hard, extremely hard, sacrificed their life to provide a better life for their children and their grandchildren. They want to give them that opportunity. They want to give them a clean slate. But, Madam President, with these loans, a newly born child has already incurred a debt at the point of birth, right? So, our people work so hard to provide for our children, yet at birth, our children incur these level of debt. Earlier, we came and we looked at deferring loan payments for 10 loans, regardless if it's from the past or the present, right? What we're doing is simply camouflaging the problem. The problem still remains there, whether it be 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, what do you call it, financial management. The problem is still there. Madam President, these projects looks wonderful. I'm not going to bash the project for these loans, right? However, we must think about our people, the condition of our people, and where we leave our people in regards to the debt. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this loan motion. And in terms of my comments, I'd like to give a little context, given Senator Herrera's comments and concerns. This loan motion, first and foremost, is to finance the acquisition of battery for energy storage, 40 megawatts of battery. But it fits in within the context of what has been referred to by BL as the least cost energy generation plan. So it is part of an overall plan. That plan is not about tomorrow, but about the next 5 to 10 years. How will we meet the increasing energy demands? It has been highlighted that I think as far back as 2013 was the last increase in energy generation in country. So over 10 years has passed already, and no new generation has occurred in Belize. That is a problem when, in fact, our energy demand has increased by roughly 50%. So what that has put us, the position that has put us into, is that we become increasingly reliant on the importation of electricity from Mexico, so much so that we are importing nearing 50% of our electricity from Mexico, let's say 45% of our overall electricity usage we are importing from Mexico. So it's a problem that needs to be addressed, and needs to be addressed as soon as possible if we are to move down the pathway of energy security. Yes, we have a lot of renewable energy and all of that, but it's nowhere near enough as to meeting our energy demands. Now, the dangers of importing that electricity from Mexico is exactly the inability to have energy security. The dangers of that were seen last year. Last year, when we had the dry conditions, excessive heat, we had problems. Not only Belize, but Mexico had problems. Costa Rica, the entire Central America had problems in meeting energy demand because of the excessive heat. Belize, depending on Mexico for almost half of its energy generation needs, was suffering severe shortages in power, and thus we have blackouts. So that underscores the need to move in the direction of achieving energy security. The solar project with the Saudis is part of that plan. Part of that plan to build in-house solar energy generation. That, as Senator Herrera mentioned, I believe we did approve that loan back in 2023, maybe latter 2023, November or so of 2023. And it is a project in process, but in process, there are procurement procedures that have to be followed in accordance with the Saudi Fund for Development requirements. So far as that is concerned, the procurement of design and supervision, as far as I am told, is to be completed as coincidentally this week. But you have to go from that supervision procurement process to the procurement for the equipment, so that means you have a timeline in its own right for bidding before you can get to the actual installation and commissioning of the solar equipment. So the understanding I have is that 2026 is probably in the middle of 2026 is when solar will be available, solar energy generation will occur. Getting back to the least cost energy generation plan, what that plan, and that's a plan I think that BL had commissioned Siemens to do. That plan highlights the even greater significance or critical importance of battery energy storage. What it's important for consumers and the general public to understand is that the price of electricity varies throughout the day. When you're buying from Mexico, and for the most part, BL buys from Mexico on almost on a spot basis. When you buy on that basis, you're buying at the price at any particular point in time, and that varies throughout the day. So during the day when energy demand or electricity demand is at its highest, the cost of electricity is at its highest at that point in time. But after, let's say, 10 o'clock at night and going through early in the morning, the cost of electricity plummets during those off-peak hours. So you have the peak demand, and then you have off-peak demand in those late hours. During that off-peak demand, the price drops dramatically. So in the high peak times of April, May, June of last year, the cost of electricity to BEL in some instances went over $1 US per kilowatt hour. Obviously, we can't survive with that kind of costing. But in those off-peak hours, the cost of electricity can go as low as 2 to 3 cents US per kilowatt hour. So by having battery energy storage, you are able to purchase at off-peak times. You are able to purchase the electricity from, let's say, Mexico, or even the solar excess at off-peak times, store that energy, and then use it when we're during peak times. So now we are in a position where we actually lower the cost of electricity. So that is the critical value of this battery energy storage project, in that it actually will enable us to lower our cost of surgery while stabilizing the supply of energy over time. So there's so many positives with this project that we have here. We have been pushing the World Bank for this project, I would say almost 2 years now, almost 2 years now. We were delayed almost a year because of one of the locations in San Pedro where there was this iguana sanctuary and that issue over that. The World Bank, because of environmental and social restrictions, had all kinds of issues over that. We've worked our way past that now, and that's why it went to the board the middle of January. But as you can see, not even a few weeks later, it's now before the House, because we see this as vital for that path towards energy security and reducing the cost of electricity. So I really take heed to the comments of Senator O'Brien about how the people have to pay the bill. And that's absolutely correct, that's absolutely accurate. But what we are doing here, what this project is about, is to enable people to pay less. This, by stabilizing the floor, the supply of electricity, and getting it when it's cheaper, that will enable us to provide electricity at a lower cost, or have it at a lower cost. Now, the intent, or as far as I understand it to be, yes, this is a government loan, and that's the second part of it. When the government borrows, it borrows at a lower rate of interest than when the private sector borrows. So if the government, if the PUC, let's say, were to go out and say we want to procure battery energy storage, that can be done, and I'm sure that will be done. And the private sector then will be responsible for securing the finance, their finance, to get that done. Their cost of finance will certainly be higher than the cost of finance of the government. So that cost of finance will be included in their price to BL. So naturally, you would expect that there will be a higher cost of electricity coming from that source in those instances, simply because of the significant difference in the cost of finance. So this is one of those. Yes, we believe in the private sector and encourage investment by the private sector, but where we've seen all these delays over the past decade, or the absence of any new generation, government had to look to jumpstart this process, and that's why you had the Saudi Fund for Development solar project, and now you have this one, jumpstarting it, but in a way that will have lower costs. As far as who will operate it, at this point in time, it is a government project, so it is expected that it will be government operated, whether it is managed, let's say, by BL or some other third party. That certainly is a possibility, but that is something that I think will be determined in due course. But definitely, this is a public sector loan to secure something that will enable more energy security and positively impact on the cost of electricity. You see that the loan, for example, 50 million is essentially at the best market rate you can get, because this is World Bank is a AAA rated entity, and they get their funds on a AAA investment grade basis. But the Canadian 8.2 million, that is a loan at 0% interest, therefore bringing down the overall cost of electricity. But definitely, I would say that what at the essence this project is about is it is investing in our future for energy security. If you can break it down to yourself as a parent who wants to educate their child or wants to build a home for their family, they make loans. They make loans. Those aren't money squandered. They make loans those are investments. Those are investments in the future of their children, in their families' future in terms of shelter. Those investments have a return. Those have a benefit to those in those instances, and so will this. This will have a benefit for the people of Belize in terms of energy security and in terms of cost of electricity. So, Madam President, I support this motion.
Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in the execution of a Belize reliant and resilient energy system project, approves and confirms that the government may enter into the loan contracts with the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contracts and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize, being a member of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the bank is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize has approached the Bank for Financial Assistance to execute a Blue Cities and Beyond project that will improve Belize's management capacity for sustainable coastal and blue economy development, increase safe water supply and reduce land-based pollution discharges at targeted urban areas, and in case of an eligible crisis or emergency, to respond promptly and effectively to it. And whereas the project will consist of three main components whose activities will address policy development and capacity building, carbon market readiness, blue economy investment programs, an upgrade to the Belize City wastewater treatment plant, an expansion of the water supply in South San Pedro, a waste management pilot in San Pedro town, and assistance to the Belize Water Services to renovate the only wastewater treatment plant in Belize City. And whereas the bank has approved to finance a proposed project through a concessional financing agreement in the amount of US $23.5 million from the International Development Agency to be facilitated in 2 credit types, as well as through several grant funding sources. The total loan and grant funding allocated for the project through the IBRD will be as follows: US $23.5 million loan funds financed from the resources of the IDA, $3.7 million grant funds financed from the Global Environmental Fund, $4 million grant funds financed from the Global Program for the Blue Economy Multi-Donor Trust Fund, and euros 920,000 grant fund financed from the resources of the Global Facility for Disaster Reduction and Recovery. And whereas it is intended that the execution of the program shall be carried out on behalf of the government by the Central Executing Unit of the Ministry of Finance acting as the implementing agency, and whereas the bank has offered a total loan financing of up to US $23.5 million for the said purpose under the following terms and conditions. The lender, the International Development Association of the IBRD. Loan principal amount US $23.5 million divided into 2 portions. Credit A, US $18.7 million, credit B, US $4.8 million. Disbursement schedule over a period of 5 years from the date of signature of the loan contract up to 30 April 2030, 4 months after the closing date of 31st December 2029. Loan term, credit A, 40 years, inclusive of 10-year grace period on principal repayments. Credit B, 12 years, inclusive of 6-year grace period on principal repayments. Credit A to be repaid in approximately 60 semi-annual and consecutive installments payable on the 15th April and 15th October of each year. The first 20 installments being about US $187,000 for the period 1st April 2035 to 15 October 2044, and thereafter the final 40 installments being about $374,000 US for the period 1st April 2045 to 15 October 2064. Credit B to be repaid in approximately 12 equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of about $400,032 on the 15th April and 15th October of each year for the period 1st April 2031 to 15 October 2036. Purpose: to improve Belize's management capacity for sustainable coastal and blue economy development, increase safe water supply and reduce land-based pollution discharges at targeted urban areas, and to respond effectively to an eligible crisis or emergency. Repayment percentage, Credit A payment percentage will be at 1% value of the financing commitment for the first 10 years, and thereafter 2% value of the financing commitment for the final 20 years. Credit B repayment percentage will be 8.333% value of the financing commitment for 6 years. Commitment charge, 1/2% per annum on the unwithdrawn loan balance. Service charge. A service charge is applicable only to Credit A and is a greater of 1, the sum of 3/4% per annum plus basis adjustment to the service charge, and 2 3/4% per annum on the withdrawn credit balance. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of resolution for such borrowing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its effort to develop the blue economy sector in Belize and to ensure the conservation and sustainable use of blue assets, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a financing agreement with the International Development Association of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development on terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith.
I recognize Senator Michael Purphy.
Much obliged, Madam President. Madam President, I think the government is just trying to wear us down now. Wear we down, wear we down. $23.5 million. Where is Senator Montejo? We're at 160 so far for the day. I think, 120 odd, was 58 before. Now we're at 23, 58 and 23. Help me. 58 and 23, how much that? Then you multiply it by 2. That's where we are today. Borrowing again. And when you look, it's not just the borrowing at this point, Madam President. You see, and maybe it was our fault for reading the fine print during the Saudi loans, but at least during the Saudi loans, you displayed what would be spent on what and for what purpose. This is so lacking information and throwing some stuff in here that we can't calculate. We don't know of this 23. The loan of 47 million Belize dollars. 47 million Belize dollars has 3 main components: policy development and capacity building, carbon market readiness, blue investment. What is that? How much money will be spent on capacity building? How much money will be spent on consultations? Who will be getting these consultations where they charge sometimes hundreds of thousands of US dollars to tell us things we already know? How do we know that 90% of this loan won't go to those things that we can't calculate and we can't see? And we can't put our finger. How do we know? How do you ask us to approve a loan for $47 million? Who doesn't want? Who wouldn't want an upgrade to the Belize City wastewater treatment plant? Of course you want that. Who wouldn't want an expansion of water supply in South San Pedro, a waste management pilot program in South? Who don't want those things? That's like, do you want world peace? Of course you want it. But how much of the money will actually be going to this? We don't get like a breakdown as to, okay, up to 47 million, so much will go towards the system in San Pedro, so much will go towards capacity building. We don't know. We don't know, Madam President. It's difficult to vote for these motions, even though they talk about things that any Belizean would want. You don't have a breakdown of the money. There is a lack of information that there's a lack of information, unlike previous bills, and maybe they learned their lessons from previous motions, to not give you any information now. So you can't pick it apart, but that doesn't help with our democracy. We have to know where this money will be spent. We have to know what will go to what to have us say. But we're not going to borrow $47 million, and only $7 million will go to actual work, and then $40 million to capacity building. I mean, Madam President, it makes it difficult. And we're not trying to be difficult, but it makes it difficult to support anything for which you have zero information. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bevington Cal.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to support this motion, Madam President, and I just confirm with Senator Koye that Punta Gorda is actually part of this motion, Madam President, so I have to stand up and support this. Madam President, I first want to thank, congratulate, and highlight the hard work of our Prime Minister. And of course, Senator Koye here. I was actually just reading an interview he did in October of 2023, Senator Koye, when you were in Morocco, and for the IMF World Bank annual meetings. Madam President, Belize is not considered an island when it comes to these negotiations, from what I understand. And of course, Senator Koye will expand on all of this. But it had to take great negotiation skills. It had to take a lot of ideas, a lot of lobbying to get Belize in this International Development Association, IDA, program, Madam President. This is a historic day for our country because despite all of those challenges, the delegation that went to negotiate, and of course, Senator Perifit and Senator Herrera, CEO, the then CEO, Dr. Osman Martinez, was part of that delegation. In fact, he was one of the major players to get this, to get Belize in this IDA program. Madam President, they need to know this, Madam President. The country has to know this. Who the key players are and where to get Belize in this program. You know what is special about this, Madam President? Part of this loan, on which I'm really surprised and probably disappointed, but disappointment isn't even the word for our good friends on the other side, Madam President. But he didn't even mention the amount of grant funds that we will get with this loan, Madam President. This is the significance, this is the lobbying, this is the type of negotiation skills that our people had to get this loan, Madam President. And this is our first loan that is approved. In fact, just a couple days ago, this was approved, Madam President. That's the reason why we're here. It's not because we have an election coming up. As far as I know, our 5 years is up in November. And a general election can go up to February if the Prime Minister so feels, Madam President. The Constitution allows for that. So this is not because we have an election looming around. But Madam President, we look at the US 3.7 million grant funds from financed from the Global Environmental Fund. We look at the US 4 million grant fund, again, Madam President, from the Global Program for the Blue Economy Multi-Donor Trust Fund. We look at 920,000 euros. Again, this is from the Global Facility for Disaster Reduction and Recovery. Madam President, we're getting a lot of free money from this motion, and I can't believe that they are not supporting it, Madam President. And the reason why I'm here to support it as well, Madam President, because in the south, in Punta Gorda, especially, Madam President, we have a lot of drainage problem. And this was something that, but Madam President, we need to find a solution, Madam President, and it came true, like everything is just falling in its places. Of course, thanks to our area representative, the Honorable Dr. Osman Martinez. He negotiated this, Madam President, without even knowing that he would be part of the ministerial government today. But he made sure that, and that really shows, and you know,
so kindly be mindful of Standing Order 40B. Let the Senator speak. Proceed.
Thanks, Madam President. I actually... no, but it's the highlighting, Madam President, and it's not about boasting or anything, but it's really the fact, Madam President, that, you know, a lot of people don't know, a lot of Belizean people don't know what efforts, lobbying has to be done to get Belize through this program, Madam President, and we're happy. And of course, I was talking about the drainage when Senator Perifit is, you know, trying to distract there. But we have a lot of drainage problems in Punta Gorda, Madam President. And of course, we had an engineer just a few months ago who went to do an assessment, and they're looking at around $20 million that would at least alleviate the drainage problem that we have in Punta Gorda, Madam President. And then we're so happy that Punta Gorda actually is now part of this program and these funds, Madam President. This will alleviate some of the drainage issues that we have. And of course, this is one for the first loan, and we look forward to more support from IDA, Madam President, to really fix the problem that we have in PG when it comes to drainage. I'm talking about the Magoon area, looking at Boom Creek, Indianville extension, and the Sora area, Madam President. The amount of rainfall we're really having an issue, but we have assured these residents, and of course, Minister Martinez have assured them that he will ensure that these will be addressed. And of course, this is the first loan motion and grant that we have to alleviate their problems, Madam President. And of course, it's not about just talking, but also walking the walk. We have the funds now to start this project. And of course, we look forward to 2026, 2027, when this project really start to kick up, Madam President. And, you know, we're going to show the people of PG, Belize, and San Pedro, Belize City, what really skilled negotiators can get done, Madam President. Of course, I cannot stop to thank Honorable Koye for all the hard work, the traveling from one country to the next, trying to get Belize in this program, Madam President. Of course, our Prime Minister, the best Prime Minister we have right now, and we continue, we will have for the next 5 to 10 years, Madam President. And of course, Madam President, my air representative, the then CEO, and now Minister, and you know, then also the next air representative after when the general election is called, Madam President, in 2025, hopefully, that we will address these drainage issues, and of course, we'll congratulate them again, Madam President. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thanks, Madam President. This loan, I would like to continue along the lines of Senator Cal, in the sense that this is the first IDA loan that Belize has been able to secure, and that is thanks to our Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño, Honorable Eamon Courtney, Honorable Francis Fonseca, Honorable Osman Martinez. It was a whole team effort that brought us to this point. It took over 2 years to get eligible for IDA resources. And why did we battle so hard for it? Simply because the terms, you can't find better terms than what are available under these resources. Essentially, Belize, given its size, is able to access roughly $23 million US per year. That $23 million is on highly concessionary terms, repayment being over 30 years, with the first 10 years grace period on principal repayment. And then in terms of the interest is fixed at no more than, well, fixed at 0.75% per annum. In fact, in this particular loan, the effective interest rate is far less, not because only of the almost 9 million in grants that add up to the 32 million, but even in the 23 million, you will note that there's a split between credit A and credit B. That credit B actually attracts 0% interest rate. It's only the credit A that attracts the 0.75% per annum. And this loan is in effect a hallmark of the efforts of this PUP administration in terms of its attention to detail and attention to prudent fiscal management. Now, Senator Perry does raise an important point. What about the details? And those details are, of course, critical in the sense of you want to make sure that the funds are being used in a tangible way, in a way that makes a material difference to the people of our country. And that is what this loan does exactly. There's nothing necessarily sexy about it. Water and wastewater, but it's work that needs to be done and support that needs to be given to Belize Water Services Limited, specifically in Belize City and in San Pedro. So over $12 million of this loan will strictly be spent on water and wastewater management. The next biggest item on this, is the Blue Economy Investment Program. And that Blue Economy Investment Program is a little under 10 million, if I'm not mistaken. And in that, you have drainage works. Drainage works, I think in San Pedro as well as Punta Gorda. But beyond the drainage works, there's actually road works. Road works in South San Pedro, from Mahogany Bay to the southern tip of the island. That's roughly 4.5 miles. That will be fully paved and made fully climate resilient in terms of road infrastructure. So there are, sorry, I forgot to mention, in the case of Punta Gorda, it's drainage and culverts that will be the investment there. I think that's around $1.5 million worth of investment. So far as this project is concerned, as it speaks to it, and in terms of access to IDA resources, a lot of it also is tied in to climate resiliency building. So that's why when we look at these investments, it also is to ensure that the type of investment is climate resilient type of investment. So as much as it is important to you, Senator Perfit, it is equally, if not more important to us, that we focus in on the type of investment that is made with these concessionary resources. So as I said, these are investments that will have a tangible material impact on the people of this country, particularly in water and wastewater management, but also in climate resiliency infrastructure building. So with that said, I'll leave it quickly at that. I support this motion.
Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that now, therefore, be it that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its effort to develop the blue economy sector in Belize and ensure the conservation and sustainable use of its blue assets, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a financing agreement with the International Development Association of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no.
No.
The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize, as a member of the Central American Bank of Economic Integration, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas in 2022, the government of Belize entered into a loan agreement in the sum of US $24 million with CABE for the expansion and rehabilitation of miles 8.5 to 24.5 of the Philip Wilson Highway, hereinafter referred to as a project. And whereas Taiwan ICDF is willing to extend to the government of Belize a loan in the amount of $17,500,000 for the financing of component 1 of the project, being all the civil works under the project, and whereas the original loan from CABE will then be consequently reduced to $6.4 million, and whereas the project will be executed by the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, acting as the executing agency, and whereas the ICDF Taiwan has offered a co-financing facility to the government of Belize to finance the implementation of component 1 of the project under the following terms and conditions. Loan amount US 17.5 million. Project objective to expand and rehabilitate 16.5 miles of the Philip Wilson Highway and in turn reduce transportation costs, enhance accessibility and improve road safety, thereby fostering regional trade and driving economic development. Commitment period, about 3 years from the date of the agreement with the Taiwan ICDF, that is to the 30th of June 2028. Repayment period, 15 years, following a 5-year grace period on principal repayments. Payment amount to be repaid in 30 equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of $583,000 US. Interest rate, fixed 3%. Commitment fee, 0.75 per annum of the undisbursed and uncancelled amount. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such a borrowing. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly improve the much-needed expansion and rehabilitation of Belize's road network and improve the climate resilience of the Philip Wilson Highway, hereby approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the International Cooperation Development Fund on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Montejo, Mr. Vice President, this is 197, you know. This makes $197 million, you know, for today, just today. And you want us to believe that just today being $197 million, that there are only $400 million from 20 to here, you have to multiply by 2, sir. The US dollars, you have to multiply by 2. Madam President, let's just hope that who they are getting to build this road is not the same person they have fixing currently from Belize City to 8 miles. Let's just hope that will be different, because, Madam President, every time this government goes to fix a road, their Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing always boasts about, yes, we saved $8 million on this and we saved $7 million on this, but the projects are always falling quickly into disrepair. It's difficult given what this government has done with infrastructure. The Hallover Bridge, they had to repair it like nearly 5 minutes after they opened it because there were some issues with it. The Hubert Elrington Highway, Coastal Road, after they don't finish pave the rest, within 5 minutes one rain come and they had to look to make major repairs. Madam President, the people have no confidence that the monies that are being borrowed in their names, they have no confidence that those monies are going towards the project. Because it's not about them saving money, it's more like you get the impression that that's the amount being siphoned off the top. And you just build the road that were left. And that is why you do no constructions that you have undertaken. Not even the ones brilliantly drawn up by the UDP that you claim to support after you don't support. None of them you build good. None of them. It seems to be like the road between by the roundabout by Save there and the airport. It seems like that is in a constant state of repair. Always repair. Now they put Lee White Mall on one thing because the election they come up now and you probably don't have the money to fill the roads. Madam President, they don't do a good job with roads. They don't do a good job with infrastructure. And you come again Let the people decide if they want to allow you to borrow money again in their names to build roads that will break up right after you build them. This is a lot of money. It's a whole lot of money. And then, for 17.5 million, I got the math correct? $17.5 million. Not only that, Madam President, you imagine somebody owe you $100 and they come to you and say, listen to me. Yes, man, I like stories, man. I like stories. I like putting stories, especially. Yes, man, I love stories. That's the only way you'll understand. So, I owe you $100. And I come to you and I say, give me only 3 years, half of the principal, not charge me. And then I come again and I say, give me another 3 years, I can't pay you. And then I turn right around and I say, oh, not only I can't pay you, lend me another $50. Imagine it. So, no, you already cannot pay Taiwan. You already can't pay them. And now we go right back to borrowing them again. And they're in a position where they can't say no. So it's not that it is a sign of their confidence in our government's performance with monies that they borrow. They will do it because their hands kind of tied. But Madam President, how can you not be paying your creditor and then turn right round and borrow more from your creditor? The lack of shame is appalling, Madam President, and that's my presentation. I have another story too.
Yes, good afternoon again, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Antonio Herrera.
Yeah, first of all, I'll refer to my good colleague, Senator Perry Feet. Here we are again, going for a loan from Taiwan, which we're asking forgiveness not once 3 years, twice 3 years. Man, I'm a businessman, you owe me money, and you come borrow from me, Senator Koyi, and you can't pay me within the given time, and I give you twice, and you come back to me and I have to give you. I don't think it work like that, Senator. It's an everyday language right there. It don't work like that. You pay me and I lend you again. So this is how this Taiwan loan for the road, right? And now today I feel disappointed, Madam President, because now I wonder how the streets in Corozal are so bad, everything is going to Toledo. I asked Senator Koyi for Corozal, man, do me like this. Next 10 years, something like that, right? Next 10 years. I said, no man, I must feel bad coming here. I was in Chunush a couple times already. And now we're thinking to put a bridge over a street. The holes are so large. Now they plan to put one bridge there. So all the funds, when it comes to infrastructure, where they are. They claim that they saved 25 million on the Halover Bridge. You could have paid Taiwan with that 25 million. 25 million on the Caracol Road. You could have paid Taiwan, or at least a couple roads in Corozal, or at least a couple roads, because Corozal now is being to refer as Oyosal. Oyosal means a lot of holes. And that is what Corozal is. But no, I am clear today where the funds are, thanks to Osmond Martinez and the good Senator Cal, right? We know that the funds are in PG now. So maybe, we got to lobby Cal for Southeast, that he could represent Southeast better like that. But today, we come and we say that here we are, climate resilience roads. There's no resilience to those climate roads. This morning coming from Corozal, and I asked openly today, they have two big holes on the highway. I didn't notice it. Man, you didn't see me limping coming in? My kidneys hurt, man. I drop in that hole hard with my truck. I feel I left the transmission behind on this story like Brother Perry Feet here, right? I feel the transmission was left behind. But I travel that road frequently, and those two holes have been there a long time. And that road has been freshly paved. No resilience. A drizzling doesn't mean resilience, It means more than that. A little drizzling cracks every road you guys do. We need to do better. And when you cut like when you go over the Halover Bridge, every time you go there putting tar. To me, I'm not an engineer, Madam President, but what I can see, to me, right, I wish they would left the old Halover, because I think that's more secure right now. You pass there. I don't know if Senator Koyi would pass there in the mornings, right, but you can see where the shift is, and every time they patch it, it opens again. To me, it's moving. I don't know. It's only to me, right? So that's maybe the 25 million that they cut from the Halover Bridge. We cannot be cutting on the engineers. Know why they have a certain amount of money allocated to these projects. They need to be done properly. I don't know who that they contract. Oh yeah, I read a contractor for this 16 miles of road. How much 16 miles of road? It's like 2.1 million per mile, something like that. Maybe Brother Herrera will do the math because he's good at math, right? So it's like 2.1 million per mile. That is what it's going to cost us. I don't know if it's going to be resilience to climate. I don't know. Hopefully we'll see. And everywhere on that Philip Goldson Highway, you have come many times to this honorable house to get money for that highway. And it's not in the good. No, we saw it. I saw it. And I can tell you the first disbursements of $4 million is going to what? Office, to engineers' vehicles. This is not a new company. Tycrob has been in operation a long time. A long time. And here we come with this, I don't know, phantom charges or disbursements. Yes, man, Senator. Yes, man. Yes, vehicles. I saw it. I read it. With a short time I had to read, I read that. 4 initial disbursement for vehicles, for office space. I can't remember what's. Yes, but we're giving that. We're giving that. Don't worry about that, Senator. We're giving that. That's a part of the pie, right? So, so this is where we are today. We are not paying value for money. So we cannot support this bill. One I will say, right? One I will say. No, one I will say, because everything is going to PG, man. Send one crumbs for go to Corozal. That's why the roads are so bad in Corozal. So, Madam President, I do not support this bill. 2025. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thanks, Madam President. First, I have to ask, you represent Belize or you represent Taiwan? If you negotiate for Belize or negotiate for Taiwan. You have to look at what is in the best interest of Belize. If we could get our loans stretched out to bring cash flow relief, and at the same time get another concessionary facility, why would you disagree with that? The only person that benefits is Belize. So I can't help you. I can't help you. But you know what this means? It means it'll come, you know, right? So when we look at, I think this loan here focuses on San Pedro, Belize City, and it does include PG. But I believe we already have a loan in place from IDB. It's a rural resilient Belize or something like that is the term of the project, that does include Corozal and Orange Walk and San Pedro. So that focuses on those municipalities. Beyond that though, we're also working through the 5 Cs on a Green Climate Fund project for all the major municipalities. Of course, Senator Perfeet might be aware, Green Climate Fund doesn't work overnight. It takes a long while to work that through them. But that is one of the institutions we are working with to build climate adaptation, climate mitigation, or climate resiliency. Now, as far as this loan is concerned, it's basic maths. Once again, this is basic maths. This is not adding on. This is a substitution. So the loan back in back in 2022, we got a loan for 24 million. We got loan approval for 24 million, but the interest rate on that loan was almost 7% per annum. So we said, you know what, we don't want to borrow at 7% per annum. So we said to Kabe, we need better terms than this. So Kabe turns around and said, well, we have this ICDF fund with Taiwan through which we could get much lower interest rate. What kind of interest rate? Well, instead of near 7%, you could get 3%. So should we not try and negotiate to get that much lower rate and then substitute that 17.5 million at nearly 7% with 17.5 at 3%? What do you think, Senator Herrera? Does that make sense? So basic maths. Yep. If you add up the interest savings, it's over 10 million in interest savings. Should we try and throw that away, or do we save that money and invest in the Belizean people with that money? So that's how we are looking at these things. This is not new debt, because we're substituting what we had gotten an approval for. So straight, you might want to subtract that $35 million from the number you were adding. But this is an approval.
Senators, be mindful. Let us have Senator Cowie proceed with his presentation.
It's rhetorical.
But let me wrap up, Madam President. It's just wanted to clarify that this is to substitute an already approved loan with Kabe and reduce Kabe's exposure to us to a little over 6 million and our exposure to and replace that exposure with 17.5 million with Taiwan at a much lower interest rate, much lower cost to the government and people of Belize. So I support this motion.
You know, Madam President, as Senator Cowie say, who will represent, Belize or Taiwan? I'm not surprised, you know. One party we got two heads, you know, then party crack. That's why then they're off track. Stay on track, my boy. Stay on track. You were saying, Senator Perfit, that you don't believe we. It reminded me of what the Right Honorable Said Musa told Dean Barrow. Mind over matter. We don't mind because you don't matter. The IMF, the IDB, the IRBD, the ICDF, they believe us. You don't matter.
We represent 30 people last time. You don't say they don't matter.
I don't beg the clerk. I tell her already, please, I said, please, move some of them chair from over there. Bring them this side. Bring some from over there and bring them this side. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that now, therefore, be it that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly improve the much-needed expansion and rehabilitation of Belize's road network and improve the climate resilience of the Philip Golson Highway, hereby approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the International Cooperation Development Fund, Taiwan ICDF, on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no.
No.
The ayes have it. I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that Section 12, whereas Section 12(1) of the Loans Caribbean Development Bank Act, Chapter 74 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, provides inter alia that the government may, in such manner and on such terms and subject to such conditions as may be agreed by it and the Caribbean Development Bank, guarantee the discharge by a company of the company's obligations under any agreement for the borrowing from the bank. And whereas subsection 5 of the said section 12 of the CDB Act provides that no guarantee above the sum of $5 million Belize dollars shall be given by the government without the approval of the National Assembly. And whereas section 7(6) of the Finance and Audit Reform Act, number 12 of 2005, provides that before the government offers any guarantee in support of any loan made directly to a private sector entity or statutory body by any public or private bank, financial institution, or capital market in or outside Belize, the government shall seek the approval of the National Assembly. And whereas in 2019, the Belize Electricity Limited signed a loan agreement with the bank for US $6.84 million to undertake the 7th power project in Key Corker, of which the government of Belize, after approval from the House, signed a sovereign guarantee agreement in the same amount to cover the loan. And whereas the bank has now offered to provide an additional financing to BL to cover the cost of the necessary increased project scope of the ongoing 7th power project that is interconnecting Key Corker to the national grid to respond to the rapid growth in peak demand being experienced at Key Corker. And whereas the additional financing is in the form of another loan to BEL in the amount of US $6.2 million, and it's being offered on the condition, among others, that the additional loan sum be guaranteed by the government of Belize through an extension of the original sovereign guarantee that was provided by the government of Belize. And whereas the bank has offered to lend BEL the additional sum of US $6.2 million from the bank's ordinary capital resources on the following terms and conditions. US $6.2 million from the bank's ordinary capital resources, rate of interest 5.6% per annum on the amount withdrawn and outstanding from time to time, repayment to be repaid in 48 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments of about $129,166.66 on each due date commencing on the first due date 2 years after the agreement date. Commitment fee 1% on the undisbursed loan. Balance of the loan. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the additional loan ensures that the 7th power project effectively fulfills its objectives of adequately and reliably connecting the growing village of Key Corker to the grid and improve the livelihood of its citizens, approves and confirms that the government may enter into an extension of the sovereign guarantee agreement with the bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all other documents associated therewith.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chanona.
Good afternoon, Madam President. I have sat here quietly, and thanks to my colleagues who have reached out to ask if I am okay, because they have noticed I've been quiet. I appreciate that. The collegial atmosphere is certainly indicative that we agree, and I've taken notes, Madam President, on, I will call them, difficulties in keeping track with our loans, our debts, details. Some have used adjectives in describing those details. But those whom I represent look at this, and we rise, Madam President, to make a recommendation to the Ministry of Finance to create a dashboard, and it's not a new platform, and it's actually one that the funders to Belize has already generated for itself. But we feel that it is something that the Ministry of Finance should be doing, because as others have already said, we have to do our level best to increase the awareness and knowledge of the Belizean people to whom we're accountable, and whom ultimately are the ones who matter because they will be having to repay these loans. And it's really that, and Leader of Government Business referenced the use of technology, and we wholeheartedly support that, because we can use the technology to say exactly what our debt to GDP ratio is on a snapshot, to what our loan position is, to identify very quickly, automated, where the cash flow relief is going and where the interest savings are being diverted to highlight where geographically those works are happening, who's going to be the ultimate beneficiaries, so that, as Senator Koyi says, we can say this is an investment and here is the dividends. So we make this recommendation, Madam President, because at the end there has to be equity, but there also has to be awareness and accountability. And we feel strongly that we don't know that everybody has the time to listen to hours-long meetings of the House or even to the Senate, and using the technology to make sure that we have that consciousness available. And I even took a moment to look at the MCC Compact website for Belize, and it also has a program budget graph. It has grant expended with percentages. So again, this is not a new idea, but certainly I think it will enable having informed conversations in big picture context, because here we are taking certain amendments for loans as a bundle, other loans individually. And I do feel that we have an onus to make sure that we have that knowledge available to the Belizean public at all times, not just to the parliamentarians, but to the public at all times, so that we can present a big picture scenario of what those funds are, as I said, the key information points. So I hope that is a position that can be acted upon. Thank you.
Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that now therefore be it that this Honorable House being satisfied that the additional loan ensures that the 7th Power Project effectively fulfills its objectives of adequately and reliably connecting the growing village of Kikoka to the grid and improve the livelihood of its citizens, approves and confirms that the government may enter into an extension of the sovereign guarantee agreement with the bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Senior Courts Act number 27 of 2022 to provide for notices and documents required to be served in relation to appeals from inferior courts to be served by public advertisement, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, this is a self-explanatory bill. The difficulty that is being experienced by the registry and by parties is serving people who want to appeal from the magistrate court up to this high court. This simply provides for service by electronic means, registered post, or by publication in the newspaper. Mr. President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Senior Courts Act number 27 of 2022 to provide for notices and documents required to be served in relation to appeals from inferior courts to be served by public advertisement, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Senior Courts Act, Act number 27 of 2022.
I recognize.
Mr. President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Trade Licensing Act number 19 of 2024 to change the date of commencement of the act to allow for further public sensitization of the scope and nature of the act and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, it moves the date for commencement from January to October. I ask that
I recognize Senator Denfield Dennison.
Oblige. I was a little too slow to the draw on the first one, but we move on smartly. Mr. President, I just want to ask a question in relation to this one. I fully understand what we are trying to achieve with this one, and I applaud the effort. I think it's a very good effort. The act itself was trying to simply move the starting date. But I had a little difficulty following because this particular section would have been amended. I think this would be the third time that it's being amended. So that when the act came into force, it would have been initially having the date of July. Let me just find my notes quickly. And that would have been changed subsequently. Here we go. That would have been changed subsequently in 2 subsequent amendments. So I just wanted to ask whether it wouldn't be more prudent or whether it would be necessary to simply change the effective date on something, on that particular provision, to be done by way of a gazette, to be done by the minister in the future, so that in the event we have difficulties getting it through by the new proposed date, that we wouldn't have to come back to the House, or perhaps we can be guided whether or not we're sure that this particular one is it. That is all. To the right, sorry. If I misspoke, then with the appropriate correction.
Yeah.
All right, I recognize Senator Yvonne Courtney.
I understand Senator Dennison's point, that is that it has been the start date of the implementation of the new regime has been deferred before, and that there is perhaps a simpler way of doing it, that is to say on a date to be appointed by a statutory instrument. That is salutary, but I do believe that they are just about complete with their sensitization discussions. It's not the most popular piece of legislation, and so the consultations continue. I don't believe that there is a high level of confidence, Senator, that it will be finished by October.
I answered the question. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Trade Licensing Act number 19 of 2024 to change the date of commencement of the act to allow for further public sensitization of the scope and nature of the act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be ready a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Trade Licensing Act, Act number 19 of 2024.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act number 4 of 2023 to allow registered cooperative societies to be eligible to receive fiscal incentives and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Again, Mr. President, a self-explanatory piece of legislation allowing cooperatives to have the benefit of the fiscal incentives regime.
Recognize Senator Grenfield Dennison.
Oblige, Mr. President. Just on a point of drafting, if we can have it cleaned up in committee, the cross-references under the part 2 that make reference to the amendments that have been done to the Fiscal Incentive Act. There's a marginal note, Act number 4 of 2024 and 17 of 2024. I believe those should be 4 of 2023, 41 of 2023, and 17 of 2024. Obliged.
Much obliged. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act number 4 of 2023 to allow registered cooperative societies to be eligible to receive fiscal incentives and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act number 4 of 2023.
Senator Yeaman.
Mr. President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act number 11 of 2022 to provide for the administrative restoration of a company that has been dissolved, to repeal and replace the provisions relating to restoration. Sorry, I should be reading stamp duties. Sorry, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to make clarifying amendments to the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, as I understand it from the people involved, there is just a slight clarification in the definition that needs to be done, and that is what they seek to do by this simple amendment. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to make clarifying amendments to the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to make clarifying amendments to the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act, Chapter number 11 of 2022, to provide for the administrative restoration of a company that has been dissolved, to repeal and replace provisions relating to the restoration of a dissolved company by the High Court, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, this bill is designed to address a problem that has occurred and is occurring. Companies that do not pay their annual fees to the company's registry are struck off the register, and after a period of time they're deemed dissolved. What has happened in more than one case is that after that has happened, the owners or persons involved, like banks from outside of Belize, say they want to enforce their mortgage, not realizing that 10 years have passed and the company exists no more. But there is valuable land or other property. And so the question is, how do you deal with a company that doesn't exist but has land in its name? Most common law countries, for example, the United Kingdom, Canada, Belize, that property becomes property of the Crown based on the principle of bona vacantia, meaning vacant goods. However, in many instances, there's a question as to the constitutionality of just taking private property and giving it to the government because of inactivity in paying the fees for a company. More importantly, in most instances, the government doesn't want or makes no claim to the property. And therefore, there is a procedure in all Commonwealth countries where you disclaim the property. The current company's law, in a specific case, does not allow for a company that has been struck off and dissolved for an extended period of time to be restored. One particular company owns a significant amount of land and has financing, but it doesn't exist as a matter of law. And so what this is designed to do, and there's litigation in court over it, what this is designed to do is to give the option of an administrative restoration. That is, even though all that time has passed, you satisfy the court that you have land, etc., property, and you pay your back fees, and then you will be restored, and you can continue to conduct your business, because basically the government doesn't want the property. The property really belongs to someone else. You're inviting a constitutional challenge if government were to take it, and so they're bringing this procedure. The procedure already exists for you to apply to the court, but there's a deadline, and that time has passed, and so this is giving an option for the property to be restored to the rightful owners and to be subjected to the instruments that have charged the land. It is a matter that crops up from time to time, and it requires addressing. And this bill is before the Honorable Senate to address that problem.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chanona.
Thank you, Mr. President. We just had a follow-up question in terms of the administrative restoration, if that will also give government an opportunity to recover any associated taxes that may have been owed by that company during that time, because I know that has been cited as a significant loss of revenue in other instances.
I recognize Senator Denfield.
Mr. President, I wanted to stand in support of this amendment. I think reading through it, I was very happy to see that a mischief was uncovered and it's being resolved in a way that I think would permit for, even if we only have one person to use this piece of legislation now, Mr. President, that a piece of legislation like this complements our company law very well, and I think that supporting this piece of legislation is important for the development of our country, especially if we wish to continue to have our country seen as a place where people can come and invest. Obliged.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Thank both senators. Senator Chanona, the taxes due on property remain due. In fact, under the Land Tax Act, you could have sold the property to recover the taxes. If the company is restored and still owns its property, then it will be liable for the taxes. It also has to pay the taxes due to the company's registry to bring itself current. Senator Dennison, the situation is that there is more than one company that has faced this problem, and therefore it is necessary, as you say, to ensure that our jurisdiction looks like a jurisdiction that provides transparent ways for people who are at risk of losing property to have it restored. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act number 11 of 2022 to provide for the administrative restoration of a company that has been dissolved, to repeal and replace provisions relating to the restoration of a dissolved company by the High Court, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act, Act number 11 of 2022.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to prescribe the national symbols of Belize, to regulate the use of the national symbols of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, this is a piece of legislation that's long overdue. It seeks to give legal protection to the national symbols of our country, of which we are all proud. The national flag, the anthem, the prayer, coat of arms, the flower, tree, bird, and animal are all recognized, given legal status and legal protection. Hopefully it will engender more patriotism and respect for these symbols, which are absolutely critical in the development of our nation.
Recognize Senator Michael Perfeet.
Much obliged, Mr. President. Mr. President, there's been some confusion over the bill that people have come to me, and it's legitimate. And I don't know what we can do at this stage to make it clearer. But let me say this. I fully agree with the concept of protecting our national symbols. And there's nothing worse, for example, than seeing a flag when it look correct. You know, the margins are wrong, the proposed dimensions are off and all of that. I think it should be standardized. I would want to go as far as to say, just take an example of flag, that the flag should be treated like the way we treat money. Only the government prints it. And it's a legitimate flag from the government of Belize, and if retailers or whoever else want to resell the flag, they must buy it from the government source and then resell it, so that you know for sure then that that's a government sanctioned flag. What we have here is that if you want to import or sell or manufacture the flag, you need a license from the minister. I think that makes it very subjective. I don't think that the minister should be the person to give you a license to make a flag. I think it's perfectly in order to say, listen, this is what the flag should be. There's a law being passed to say how the flag will look. I think there's even when you look at the schedule, it even tells you how blue if you blue and how red if you red we part. I mean, that's very, very specific. So, I don't think need the permission of anybody to produce. If you believe you can produce it to that specification, with those color coordinations and density and all of that in proportion, fine. If you produce it and it's not correct, you commit an offense. But then it seems to be that it will be up to the minister to decide who has a right to make the flag. And I think that that is something that doesn't rest easily with the Belizean people. Some of them want to make their own flag. Some of them want to sew their flag. And I believe that if people want to do that, they should require a license. There is another issue, because the way it reads here, one could be forgiven for interpreting Section 12 in this way. It says, a person shall apply to the minister for a license if that person desires to import into Belize, manufacture for sale, offer for sale, or sell any articles, goods, or things that represent or on which is reproduced or represented the national coat of arms of the national flag. So clearly, if you want to deal with the flag as a business, then you need to ask the minister for a license to do that. I don't know if this license will come with a fee. I mean, I think of all those people who carve the coat of arms and sell it on wood carvings or on serracoated different woods. They will need a license now, obviously, if you read that, to sell it. But now, this is the part now that seems people are not clear about. So you need a license for what I just said, clearly for business. Or to use or display the national flag or the national coat of arms in connection with a business, trade, profession, or calling, or with the activities of a body of persons, whether corporate or incorporate. Now, if you read it clearly like that, you can say if a person flying a flag at home, that's not a body of persons. So that would be, you would be exempt then. You wouldn't need a license to fly the flag in your home if it's a legitimate flag, if it's a properly made flag. But then where it gets confusing, when you look at subsection 6, like I said, I don't think the government is saying that you need a license if I have a flag and I want to put it on my house. I don't think the government is saying that I must need a license for that. At least I don't think they're saying that. But subsection 6 says, notwithstanding subsection 1, a license shall not be required. And this is very specific for what you don't need a license for the use or display of the national flag or national coat of arms by educational institutions, religious institutions, or for the purpose of official ceremonies. So it sounds like if you're doing these 3 things, you don't need a license. But that if you're doing it in any other capacity, you need a license. That's how it could be interpreted. I guess if you strain yourself to read 12B very, very widely and sort of ignore 12.6, then, I don't know, section 12.6 seems to imply, and people have been asking these people who, they might not be lawyers, but they can read and write, right? And they say, listen to me, that comes off to us, that you need one license for even wave your flag. It can't be that's what the government is saying. I can't imagine that that's the proposal. But what I'm saying is that maybe we should think about making it clear that if you have a legitimate flag and you want to wave it at home, then you don't need a license for that, because everybody who wants to display the flag will need a license. If I want to hang a flag in my car, I need a license. And I think that what would clear it up, a better bill, would be to say, listen, nobody is allowed to make a Belizean flag but the government, I believe. And if you want to buy one Belizean flag and you want to wave one Belizean flag, it must be one that is purchased from the government or an agent that has a direct supply with the government. And I think that would make it easier and less confusing, Mr. President. Thank you. But I do support the concept fully that we need to standardize these national symbols, and we need to have them be grown like the tulip, controlled environment, to make sure that we don't have no funny looking tulip. This is our national flower. I believe in standardization. I believe, sorry, the work is sorry. I believe in standardization. I believe that we should protect these things. I believe that if you're going to print the national anthem and have it on a wall, it should have the correct words. It should have the correct punctuation. I believe the national prayer. I've seen so many versions like that no go so. So I believe in that. But I just think that what the government should consider is to make sure that we are the ones who issue those things. And you know that you have an authenticated production of any of our national symbols, and then that would be the safest way. But that's my contribution, Mr. President. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Antonio Herrera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple of concerns now. First of all, I agree with the Senator Perry that we should standardize our national symbols. It is the only right thing to do. However, I'm reading this bill, and I was in Sartaneja yesterday, and people were asking if no, because Sartaneja is a touristic village, it's by the sea, and now with the building of the 2 bridges and the road paved from Corozal to Sartaneja, we're expecting a boom in tourism, and they have little stores that handle souvenirs that includes the flag, the toucan, and other national symbols that we proudly display as Belizeans, and also for sale to tourists. And there is something here that says that if you don't have a license, you're liable to a $1,000 fine. That is what it says here. So they were asking me if I can clear that today, as we are here, because all right, let's say the government would produce these flags, or even if they would give it to a license, to a couple manufacturers or importers, the license. Why would we have to go again and pay for a license? This is another form of taxation. That is what the people are saying. Not me. It's another form of taxation, because if somebody have a license, why should we go and pay for another license to wave the Belizean flag? Belizeans on a whole are patriotic. We wave our flag with pride and dignity. So now it only excludes here schools, religious institutions, that they can do so without a license. So now this is where we need to be clear, right? What will happen to these little shops? These are small shops, barely making any money. Now they have to go and pay for it. And I will bring one concern, not selfish on my part, but my daughter is a child's author. She writes kids' books. And I was reading the bill, and she said, "Dad, what about my books now if I want to include a toucan to illustrate?" It's a very colorful bird, and kids, they draw their attention to colors. And so she said, "Dad, would I need to pay now a license to do this?" And I say, well, we need to see how far this will go, because this talks about a $1,000 fine if you don't have that license. So, and one more thing before I wrap up, Mr. President. We hear, when we came to Plan Belize 0.0 or 0.1, I don't know how it is, but they said that they would remove ministerial powers, and here we are. Again, the minister has all the powers here, granting licenses, provisions, and everything on this bill. Why not include the stakeholders, the tourism people? My daughter holds a master's degree, she's intelligent. Why not they play a part in the decision of where this bill to go, or who should get the licenses? Not the minister. I mean, you know, this involves tourism. This is where a lot of our Belizeans make their livelihood. And today, I speak for the people of Sarteneja, Chunush, Kapabang, and Progreso, which all are lagoons and sea villages. They all thrive on what is tourism. And thanks to the United Democratic Party for the 2 bridges, and the roads will open up a tourism boom in that area. With that, I wrap up. Mr. President, vote for Tony Herrera.
I recognize Senator Bishop Alvin Bengushe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to make my contribution. First of all, I want to just indicate, as was mentioned before, that this is long overdue. And I want to commend what is before us today. Of course, I will agree with those who spoke earlier that we need some tidying up insofar as the bill is concerned. Not only typo, but spelling, etc. I look at 11, FLAD instead of FLAG. Am I correct? Yes, so things of that nature will need to be tidied up as we package it. But, Mr. President, it's a good beginning, I should say. It's a good start. I want to also say that perhaps it was very fortunate that the minister who tabled the bill in the House of Representatives was the Minister of Education and Foreign Affairs, because I think to an extent these two portfolios do go together insofar as a bill of this nature is concerned. The minister, in making his presentation, and I hope I can quote him because I did listen to a part of his presentation. In a part of his presentation, it was said that the National Symbols Act is a law which will come into effect to protect our country's national symbols, such as its flag, anthem, and coat of arms. These acts can also standardize the use of national symbols and regulate how they are used. And my understanding of that is that we take into consideration some keywords. And as I said, I take note of those who made presentations earlier. The unauthorized use, the standardization, and what it means to regulate. Senator Herrera would have made mention of, for example, the fines that have been placed in the bill itself. And if what I heard earlier, would those fines be consistent with what people are being asked to do or not to do insofar as our national symbols are concerned? And I mention that because if, and I hope, as I said, that the leader of government business can perhaps enlighten us and explain those sections, but especially the fines, if people will not be able to do some things, or it will also, in a sense, be illegal to engage in certain things, you know, what does define it, the fines that are mentioned here? Are they consistent with what people are asked not to do insofar as our national symbols are concerned? These are just some concerns of mine as I read the bill itself. But further to that, Mr. President, I want to make some suggestions, because I think for us as a nation, and as this bill comes before us, it is a teaching moment. And that is the reason why I mentioned the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think what could also have been included in section 12.6, where it says, notwithstanding subsection 1, a license shall not be required for the use of or display of the national flag or the national coat of arms by educational institutions, religious institutions, or for the purpose of official ceremonies. What we must also note in our countries and in other countries is that sporting venues, that's an area where it ought to be a teaching moment, but an educational moment also. And so I would have liked, for example, placed in that section sporting venues. I think it's very important. You will find out that in the United States, when you see people get up and sing the national anthem, they sing it with pride, unlike some people I notice in our country sit down when the national anthem is being played. And so I want us to take note of that. And in addition to that also, Mr. President, I know that for the purpose of our sitting today, that what came before us, and especially the pictures that are being displayed, they're here in black and white. And while I have no obvious, perhaps, negative thing to say insofar as aspect is concerned, I would like to suggest that as we promote this bill and the bill is passed, and as we send out information, whether it is from the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that we send out these things in color. Now we might say that, what is the purpose of that? Well, I want to make mention of what Senator Perofit said earlier, that there are times when I think people do not pay enough attention to whether the color of the flag, the size, etc., etc. But in addition to that, my recent experience has been with the National Coat of Arms. And I want to read that section on page 11 the document that was given to us, the bill that is given to us, it says, supporting the shield are 2 Belizeans. And I want us to take note of that, and especially the children who might be watching us on television at this time, because this, I think, is important. It says, supporting the shield are 2 Belizeans. A mestizo Belizean on the left, holding a beating axe on his shoulder and in his right hand. And on the right, an Afro-Belizean holding a paddle on his shoulder in his left hand. I'm not quite certain, but I have been going around Belize recently, and I have seen all manner of different things insofar as the national coat of arms is concerned. I have seen some colors that I'm not familiar with, and I'm not quite certain if it is because some people want to be inclusive. You know, we talk today about inclusive language, and I notice sometimes even the gender. Now, Mr. President, I say this because this and what we have here insofar as our symbols are concerned, they come out of a historical context. And I'm speaking here as an old school teacher. It is out of a historical context, so that as we stand here and we are debating this bill, I want us to be mindful of these things, that we cannot just go willy-nilly and change these things because we become emotional about some things, whether it be gender or anything else, that we must stick to these things. And that is the reason why I'm pointing out that perhaps sometimes when it appears in black and white, it's not as focused as it appears on color. And so I would like us to be mindful of these things as we pass this bill today. And there is one last contribution that I would like to make, Mr. President, and it has to do with the fact that in time to come, I think it was mentioned in another month or so, I think, we will have our dollar bill with 2 of our fathers on it, Mr. Price and Mr. Goulson, in time to come. It is important also that as we think of the national symbols, in time to come, we will also, as I said, have to begin to protect our dollar bills that will have the face of those 2 fathers. And I just thought that it is important also to share that, because we want people to be able to recognize that our national symbols, all of them, must be treated with respect. I will make one final contribution, Mr. President. We have a habit when we are ministers of religion, we keep saying we're concluding, and we can never conclude. But I will wrap up now. I think it is also important that, as these are listed here, that for those of us who are senators, ministers of government, or if we're representing the government in any way, whether it is local forums or international forums, that it is important that a part of our dress code, and this is where I also include the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that especially as we will represent the country and we will represent the government, that a part of our, is it called a lapel? The pins. You know, that we be provided with these things. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Education can also use it as perhaps non-profit, but a way of promoting the country, that these things be provided so that as we make our speeches, we are also displaying our country with pride in one form or the other. I thank you.
Recognize Senator Glenfield Dennison.
Obliged, Mr. President. I'm unsure where to start. I took my crazy pills, Mr. President, so this isn't the crazy part, right? Crazy, I can't pass on no, clung me, I crazy. If you clung crazy man, you have a question if you crazy. Mr. President, I want to commend to this honorable house that we take a bit of pause for reflection as it relates to the contents of this bill. I join with my colleagues as it relates to the drafting. It's pretty poorly done, right? And I don't say that arbitrarily. But in addition to that, the recitals, the long title says that it's a bill for an act to prescribe the national symbols of Belize, one, and to regulate the use of the national symbols of Belize, two. As it relates to the prescription, I note the inconsistency as it relates to the national anthem and the national prayer. It seems we always went on Google and pulled that image and put it in the schedule. I really wish we would take some time and do a little bit of consultation with some of our historians or our culture. I don't question the competence of the minister, but if we are giving the text of the national anthem that it is laid out in a way that is properly reflective of the respect that the national anthem deserves. I note that the text of it itself does not repeat the chorus, and I said that, that's, unless we're saying this is now the new national anthem, that doesn't repeat the chorus. But I think perhaps we can just take some time and do the extraction and have the text properly formatted and typed out in our schedule so that we have it there properly. And if we can do the same with the National Assembly, the National Prayer, so that we can standardize it. And then after we go through all that effort, Mr. President, I want to ask that clause 16 be absolutely removed. That the national symbols are not something that we should delegate in any way, shape, or form to anything less than the National Assembly for any sort of change, amendment. So we don't need that provision really, in my respectful view. If we are to amend anything in relation to the national symbols, we do it by an act of parliament again. And I'm all for, once it can be simplified, we simplify it, but not for this one. As it relates to the definitions, I don't know why we did such a roundabout job of the definitions. We absolutely defined every single national symbol in sections 3 to 10. But we had a table of definitions that does a roundabout way of making reference to the schedule and parts of the relevant schedule. So What it is, we will make reference to the section in part 2, the definitions, or simply remove the definitions that are created in the sections. But really and truly what I want to say is that, like, let's just pause and reconsider this one so that we can better get a handle on the policy behind regulating it. I am still a little bit confused as to the utility in regulating it as this bill stands, and would just ask for some clarity in relation to that. Grateful.
I recognize Senator Erica Jang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to give my contribution on this bill and a little bit of its significance. First of all, I believe that it is at the right time that we are now deciding to regulate the use of our national symbols. I believe that the national symbols serve as inclusivity for all of us as Belizeans. And as a matter of fact, it is important that we are able to identify with what we have, especially these symbols. Time and time again, we have seen the overuse and the misuse of most of them. As a teacher, for example, Senator Bishop alluded to the point that you will see several color men on the flags. And at our institutions as well, you will find out that some of the flags are large, some become smaller, the colors are different. The coat of arms, they don't have a standardized size as well. So if we're ensuring that these children are able to see what our coat of arms really is and how it should be placed on the flag, then it's important that this bill is recognized and supported. I also want to allude to the fact that national symbols enable us cultural identity. It has built on several traditions of our culture. Senator Bishop also described the coat of arms, and he made mention of the two men that are there, which serves the rich culture of our country and our cultural heritage. I also believe that all our national symbols enable us to look at unity. When you're traveling around the country, one of the things that I like to see is when I gather in those, when we walk through the corridors of those airports, you can actually see how a country evolved and also where it's going. You can see the symbols all placed there, and I believe that it's important that we have those around as well, giving national pride to all of us as Belizean. However, I would like to see more in context of the education, allowing maybe like a campaign for us to see how these symbols look, describe them, identify the colors, what blue. I think the national flag is a royal blue color, and sometimes you will see some with navy blue. So just that education campaign part, I believe, is necessary, and we have time to do that. I also want to add, I think Senator mentioned that the song, the national anthem, is not written properly, I believe. Just want to be corrected. Okay. I once read about music. Yes, Senator, it's not actually. It doesn't miss a chorus, because a chorus is like something that's repeated after a verse. So it is okay as it is to me, you know. But with education, we can do better. I believe that this bill is going to foster a community that will value and respect its very own. And for this, I support it.
Senator Janelle Chanona.
Thank you, Mr. President. I align with several of the comments and interventions made earlier, and I agree that there has to be some amendments to this, because for me, just listening to what's been shared here, an act to prescribe, what I'm hearing the contributions all say is that we're not just talking about the regulation of the use of these symbols. We're talking about promoting respect and fostering the protection of these symbols, and recognizing and highlighting the national pride that these symbols give to us, and therefore that we should reflect in how we deal with it. So I would say that it goes, this act, and what I'm hearing from the colleagues is going, or needs to go much further than just regulating the use of it. I join the senators in saying I have absolutely cringed at some of the things that we have seen, and not just the use of yellow for skin color, but also the placement of the coat of arms in certain articles of clothing, just atrocious. And it's, to me, I think, something that I would support, that the standardization be something that the government manage to make sure that the symbols are treated in the way that they should. In getting feedback on the licensing process, Mr. President, there was a suggestion of, how do we tie this to making sure that everybody applying for a license is a registered Belizean entity, has a registration number, something to bring that back. Wholeheartedly support the call from Senator Zhang on the socialization of this law and regulation over and beyond the licensing requirement, but as I said, to support the education of it. But related specifically to the licensing, how do we make sure that if we're going to put a 6-month time frame for this, that the process will be efficient in handling those applications? Will that be a virtual application? And to the point of, if the minister has to approve all of that, then should it not go to a board or somebody at niche? I see that it's the Minister of Culture that would be handling this. And certainly agree, but even looking across from me at this piece of art that depicts the coat of arms, how will we manage with art? Because artists will say that they have a right to be artists and to have creative license and to depict, and where the colors are not part of the artwork, how will that be reflected? So conversations around that. But perhaps one of the things that I want to highlight most with the national symbols, Mr. President, is what I don't see in this bill regarding one particular symbol. And I will age myself here in sharing that I am old enough to be part of the generation that was trotted off to the Belize Zoo every year to celebrate and sing happy birthday for April, the tapir. And that experience certainly gave you a particular appreciation for the uniqueness of that animal, and then you learn the significance of that animal. And then we see that there's nothing in here that looks at how we can make sure that the treatment of that animal, the bird, the living creatures of this is also given an environment that fosters respect and that promotes the protection of it. Because I will tell you, I have been on the highways very early in the morning and come across the carcass of a tapir, and it's no big deal. Everybody's just quite happy to pass along. And then on the John Smith Road now, you have the benefit that all the tourists leaving the airport also sees your dead national animal on the side of the road like it's no big deal. And I want to share, if you will, Mr. President, allow me to read from these notes, but that in looking at how we can make sure that as a government and people, we're also reflecting we just approved earlier the improvements to the Philip Gosen Highway as part of the Kabe project. How do we make sure that the laws that we're passing are also helping to foster this? Because while the Central American estimates and Latin American estimates for vehicle to wildlife collisions are not known, it is estimated to be $1 billion loss to biodiversity in other parts of the region. And locally, we know that between June 2008 and December 2012, 14 tapir deaths were recorded. That's not all that happened, but 14 were recorded in a relatively short road section. And I bring that up because it showed that with some education, with some awareness, with some penalties for speeding, that could be something that we bring down drastically. And so I make that intervention because I don't see that reflecting here to connect to any other pieces of legislation, but I do think it's our onus as we look at the value of all our national symbols to make sure that the legislation that we're passing into law reflects the respect for all the symbols, and we can't have the national animal on the side of the road like everything else. And I know that's not saying a lot for our value of life because the dog, national bird, whatever else is treated like roadkill. But I think we have to start somewhere, and I think this bill, as we said in the beginning, is a long overdue piece of legislation, but certainly that we should be doing everything possible wherever we're doing it in legislation to make sure that we're paying attention to how we make sure that those national symbols, anthem, coat of arms, everything is given the respect it deserves. So I hope that particularly reference to how we can protect the national animal that appear, particularly with road project initiatives, can be considered. Thank you.
Recognize Senator Mark O'Brien.
Mr. President, thank you very much. The National Symbols Bill Belize, land of the free by the Caribbean Sea. I mean, I am so proud to raise my flag and wave my flag. I like that freedom. But and I like to do that without fear as well, Mr. President. I think the bill is a wonderful bill, as a matter of fact, well overdue. But we need to have some clarity in regards to the bill. I think I have seen a massive outburst and disconnect on the social media in regards to, I believe it's more misunderstanding of the bill. So it is up to us to ensure that it is clarified so that people understand what is going on here. So there's a lot of little loopholes or gray area that causes this misunderstanding, and they must be revised and clarified. Our national symbol, our representation of our people, and also our land. As Belizeans, we have a rich culture and heritage, right? And it is our patriotic duty to respect it, right? To promote it, to protect it, to preserve it, and safeguard our national identity and our cultural heritage. But, Mr. President, we must be very, very clear in what message we're trying to send in these bills. We don't want to have, this is one of the type of things that I think we love our country so much that we have no hesitation in talking about our national symbols. Well, I have no reservation in singing my national anthem and my prayer and waving my flag. But we don't want to instill fear in anyone that are doing these things freely and proudly. So my contribution to this, Mr. President, is that we need to ensure that we educate our people so that they clearly understand what message we're trying to send in this bill. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett Moody.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. I stand to support the National Symbol Bill 2025. Quite timely, and I'm very proud that it's this government that is taking the initiative to support the Belizean national symbols, flags, etc. I remember visiting Bella Vista Primary School, and one of the teachers in the beginners class, she didn't have the organogram that shows the Prime Minister fully and his cabinet. But what she did was very creative, and what she did in terms of having the infant 1 and infant 2 be able to relate and understand the structure of government, she actually utilized Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse frames, and then she was able to cut out the pictures of the different key persons to be placed in her classroom. And I thought that was really neat. It was really cute. I actually should send it to the Prime Minister for him to see. But then I go farther because I'm thinking this bill does not come close to home, Mr. President. It actually hits directly home at 93 Poinsettia Street, Ladyville, Belize District, where the creative mind of a young, brilliant teenager found shared enjoyment in art and what was truly Belizean. The outcome is one of Belize's most trending clothing design with the Belizean flag under the brand Cultural Apparel. It's sold globally, and there are pictures to prove that. And I can personally say that I gave a hotel manager in Chile one of those unique caps coming out of Cultural Apparel. And what was neat about that exchange at that time was that the Chilean manager was one of those big hotels. He said, "But I didn't know that your flag had human beings on it." And to my mind, that's the record that we hold as Belize. We're the only flag, right, Teacher O'Brien? We're the only flag that carries human beings on the flag. And in all this uproar in social media and all the, the excitement and the frustration, or even the stress for that matter, that came up as a result of this bill, there were some comments that I read that was really neat and unique. Because one commenter said that, these are our symbols. And it's the Belizeans that are supposed to be using these symbols to promote and market our country. And especially when I think about the vendors in Mascal, and I will just name Altonha for that matter, the creative way in which they have marketed Belize and how they sell it to the tourists there at Altonha. But what is important for us to remember, and I appreciate what has been shared before me, Mr. President, is the fact that Minister Fonseca has assured the Belizean people that this bill will not suffocate creativity. And creativity is very high for us in our population. Entrepreneurship is being pushed in our economy as a result of this government. And so I can see that this bill, as it protects the dignity of our symbols, as it protects our integrity, I also see to a certain extent where it's actually give an extra protection for patent that has been registered in our country. And so I say, let's have the dialogue. Let's start it not just with the Belizean people so that they can be calm and they can understand why we need to do this, but also for us to have the dialogue with the different artists so that our creativity in our Belizean people is fostered and not suffocated. So I stand to support this bill, National Symbol Bill, wholeheartedly.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I want to take my time to go through the bill, and hopefully when I'm finished, honorable senators will be comfortable in supporting the bill. It is critical for us to appreciate what the bill purports to do. A lot has been said about what needs to be done about our national symbols, and rightly so. This bill was not designed to do that, and it was not the intention to do that, nor, I say respectfully, the proper place. Senator Chanona, for example, raised the legitimate issue of the treatment of our national animal. The protection of its appeal cannot come in this bill. You can't regulate the use of the road, speed of the road, or create a fine for killing a tapir on the road in the National Symbols Bill. That may be in the Road Traffic Act or some other piece of environmental protection, some other piece of legislation, but not the National Symbols Bill. Now, let me say that, as I am told by the Honorable the Attorney General, that this bill was drafted drawing on the national symbol bills or their equivalent from Singapore, Barbados, and Trinidad and Tobago. Because when I read it, I asked, where is this coming from? Senator Dennison criticized or raised concern about the drafting style insofar as clauses 3 to 10 are concerned. Sorry? The definition section, and yes, I understand the concern, but with respect, it's a matter of drafting style. I would not have drafted it that way. He clearly would not have drafted it that way. But I don't believe that it has any impact on the legality of the definition or the sections or clauses 3 to 10. It's very cumbersome and could have been done a lot neater and cleaner. But the effect in law is achieved. The design and description of the national flag are set out in Schedule 1, and then the national flag is declared to be a national symbol. All of that could have been done in a more composite way. And as I say, I don't think it affects the legal force of those provisions if they are passed. Clause 11, and Senator Bengushe pointed out, as did Senator Bennett earlier, some typos which have to be corrected, which can be done quite easily in committee. Clause 11, notwithstanding the provision of any act to the contrary, the copyright in the words and the music of the national anthem and in the design of, that's 2 O's, the national flag, the G, and the national coat of arms are vested in the crown in perpetuity. So we just need to correct the typos there. Now, clause 12 needs to be read. A lot has been said about what is not here. The question is, what is here? A person shall apply to the minister for a license if that person desires to import into Belize, manufacture for sale, offer for sale, or sell any articles, goods, or things that represent or on which is reproduced or represented the national coat of arms, the national flag. Concern was raised about the portrayal of the pelican. That's not the coat of arms, nor is it the national flag. Sorry, the toucan. The toucan. Tulip, toucan. And the ability of an artist to draw the keel-bill pelican, toucan in a particular way. I'm hungry. In a particular way. What I'm trying to say is that 12.1a does not speak to that. You go to 12.1b, the use or display of the national flag or the national coat of arms in connection with a business, trade, profession, or calling, or the activities of a body of persons, which means a firm, whether corporate or unincorporated. Again, it's confined to the national flag and the national coat of arms and not to the other symbols. So the point I'm seeking to make is that the concerns that were raised, someone can draw the tapir in a way, it doesn't matter how you draw the tapir. What the law is doing is saying the particular tapir, which is the Baird's tapir, is the national symbol of Belize. If an artist wishes to draw it in a particular abstract way or some way, there is no attempt by this piece of legislation to restrict the freedom of the artist, save and except in respect to the national flag and the national coat of arms. And it is only in respect of the commercial use of the national flag and the national coat of arms that a license is required. It is important. It is in the commercialization of the national flag and the national coat of arms that this bill seeks to address. An application for a license shall be in writing and shall contain such information as the minister may from time to time require. Where the minister approves the grant of a license to an applicant pursuant to the section, the minister shall grant to the applicant a license in the form set out in Schedule 6. A license granted by the minister may contain such terms and conditions as the minister thinks fit. The minister may cancel a license granted under this section if satisfied that the holder of the license has breached the condition of the license or is not in compliance with any of the requirements under this act. No one, if I recall correctly, had any concerns about clauses 12, 2 to 5. Concerns were raised about clause 6, sub 12.6. Yes. Again, it's important to stress what is here. We go back to 12.1. We're talking about the commercialization of the national flag and the national coat of arms. And if you want to involve yourself in commercialization of those two symbols, you need a license. Notwithstanding subsection 1, commercialization, a license shall not be required for the use or display of the national flag or the national coat of arms by educational institutions, religious institutions, or for the purpose of official ceremonies. There is no provision in this law that says if you use a flag, if you use the flag at your home, if you use the flag at your office, that you're using it for commercial purposes and that you require a license. It's very specific where a license is required. The minister can't say, because I have exempted religious educational institutions and official ceremonies, by implication, I'm now going to charge you and say, you should have known. There is no provision in the law for it. The law does not say that if you want to fly your flag at your house, you must get a license. If you want to fly your flag on a car, you must get a license. That there is no such provision in this legislation. None at all. So it cannot, no one could conceive of charging you. They would ask you, which section are you going to charge a person under? It does not exist in the legislation. I repeat, clause 12.1 deals with commercialization. Personal use is not affected by clause 12.6. 13. Well, before I pass there, it is absolutely critical to respond to Senator Antonio Herrera. There is no provision in this law that empowers the minister to charge a fee for a license. It's not in the law. And I can say, without fear of contradiction, as a matter of law, that a minister or any entity cannot charge a fee unless the law empowers him or her to charge a fee. There is no such provision in this law. And even when you look at well, we'll come to 15. 13. Any person who, A, not being the holder of a valid license granted under this act, uses or displays in connection with the carrying on of a business or trade, I emphasize, carrying on a business or trade or profession or calling or with the activity of any body or person, whether corporate or unincorporated, or sells or offers to sell for sale any article or thing which represents or on which is reproduced or represented the national flag and the national coat of arms, or any flag or arms so nearly resembling the national flag so as calculated to deceive, or being the holder of a valid license granted under this act fails to comply with or contravenes any of the provisions of the subject to which a license is granted, commits an offense and charges $1,000. I emphasize, you need a license for commercialization. And what the restriction is if you use it in a commercial way without a license, or you attempt somehow to use it in violation of the conditions that exist on the license, which is only required for commercialization of the national flag and the coat of arms. The point I seek to make, honorable members, is that when one carefully reads 12 and 13 together, you will see that the scope is relatively limited, strict, and confined to commercialization. 14, any person who mutilates, cuts, or tears, or in any way defaces the coat of arms or the national flag, whether by writing, printing, or stamping thereon, or otherwise, without lawful authority or excuse, commits an offense, and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $1,000 or to the imprisonment for 1 year. Had I been the drafter or involved in drafting the legislation, I would have made this wider. I would have made it wider. But this is what Cabinet has approved and what has been passed by the House. Mutilating, cutting or tearing or defacing the coat of arms or the national flag. I agree with Senator Chanona. The national flag and the coat of arms have been worn by people in the most obscene ways and ought, in my view, to be covered by the legislation. The clause 15, the minister may make regulations generally for the proper carrying out the provisions of the act, and you will see, for providing for the proper use of the flag, for providing for the imposition of royalties payable on the use of representation of the coat of arms or the flag, and for providing for the growth of the national flower in the national parks and nurseries, etc., providing for the display of the national flower at official ceremonies and banquets and so on. I don't think anyone criticized that clause. Senator Dennison had a concern about 16, the minister may by order published in the Gazette amend the schedules. I emphasize, there is no power given to the minister to amend clause 2, clause 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those are the clauses that establish what the national symbols are. He can't change those. As you indicated, those should only be changed by an amendment to the law, which has to come to the National Assembly. He may change, it says 16, amend the schedules. Now, I agree, well, let me deal with 17. Any person who, so it is my respectful position, Senator Dennison, that the national symbols are absolutely protected from amendment by ministerial fiat. It must come back to the National Assembly by way of an amendment to the legislation. And then there's a transitional provision, and it is essentially for persons who are in the business of using the flag and the coat of arms. They're given a transition period of 6 months before having to apply for a license. Now, my final comment is in relation to the national anthem and the national prayer in the way in which they are set out. It is my view, senators, that they, first of all, whilst Senator Dennison was talking, making his contribution, I was Googling the national anthem, and I couldn't find it anywhere on the internet where the chorus is repeated the second time. It only has the first verse, the chorus, second verse. So apparently that's the way it's done musically. But I think certainly the way the national anthem is set out here, and to a lesser extent, but we should review the national prayer, just for it to be set out in a proper, the way it should read, and the proper grammar and so on. Senator Bengusha made a very good point about the historical context of the description under the national coat of arms. The national flag those specifics are actual specific colors, and I don't know what you call a color chart. There's an internationally recognized color chart, and they will have to be used. Colleague senators, there is no doubt that this bill is overdue. I believe, or I hope, with the clarifications that I have sought to give, some of your concerns have been addressed. My first point is this: there is no provision in here for the licenses to be paid for. Secondly, the provision for requirement of a license is for commercial use of the flag and the coat of arms. Thirdly, the restriction on use is limited to commercial use of the coat of arms and the flag. There is no restriction on the right of artists to depict the other national symbols in such a way that reflects their artistic skills and their artistic freedom. However, when it comes to the national flag, when it comes to the coat of arms, based on the experience that we have all spoken to in here, we should not allow any derogation, any misrepresentation of those two symbols. And that is why the law is confined to those two symbols. Some cleaning up needs to be done. We can clean that up in committee. But, Mr. President, I ask for the support of honorable members to the bill. Thank you. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to prescribe the national symbols of Belize, to regulate the use of the national symbols of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to prescribe the national symbols of Belize, to regulate the use of the national symbols of Belize.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to establish the International Merchant Marine Registry of Belize as a statutory body and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, the IMARBE, as it is known, has existed from 1990, I believe, or 89. Actually, it's 1989. Just under a piece of legislation that creates the International Shipping Registry. This piece of legislation seeks to give it some substance by making it an actual statutory body, incorporating it as a body, and giving it all the usual and customary powers. Mr. President, the history of IMARBE is one that is colored in the sense that the intention was to register as many ships as was possible, and there were thousands on the register. But a policy decision was taken in 2000, in the early 2000s, that it was necessary to clean up the register. There's a lot of abuse in the marine shipping industry. People are hired to clean, to work on ships in different capacities for very little pay, living in absolutely abject conditions, and we have sought the government, starting under the previous administration, to clean up the register by delisting or deregistering hundreds, if not thousands, of ships and refusing to renew their registration unless they were certified by certain regulated and well-established and reputable licensing agencies to ensure that there is no labor abuse. There is the condition on the vessel, the age of the vessel, the mechanical condition, the communication, the safety of human life and the vessel. All of those had to be registered. So there's a lot less ships on the register, but they are clean ships, for want of a better word. I believe there is now a serious effort being made to market the jurisdiction again as a clean jurisdiction, to build on this particular sector, and to do so they want a framework within which it can be promoted.
Recognize Senator Denfield.
Obliged, Mr. President. Leader for Government Business, this is a very well drafted piece of legislation. This is a very well drafted piece of legislation. I would just like to ask Senator Koi to try to enlighten us a little bit in relation to the amalgamation that this piece of legislation seeks to do and the benefits thereof, so that we could have a better idea, and to, if you could help us as to whether there's a move towards a sort of maritime administration, and whether that would include the Ports Authority, and how that could affect the high seas fisheries later on. The question, I just had a few things that maybe we can deal with in committee. Other than that, I wanted to acknowledge before I get there, I just wanted to raise a question as it relates to the auditing of accounts. Minister Koi, these provisions seem to try to tie together the FSC auditing of accounts. However, I note the 17.6 makes a requirement for 4 months after the end of each financial year for the Commission to submit its annual report, but what I will call the parent company, if that's the correct term, has in its equivalent 22.5 a 3-month provision for them to do the same thing, and I was wondering whether it would be prudent to give IMARBE a shorter time than the FSC, and whether you think that's necessary. Additionally, the FSC has where we have 17.7, the equivalent of that provision in the FSC Act makes that the annual report is submitted to the House of Representatives, while this one is to be submitted to the National Assembly. Now, I prefer both be submitted to the National Assembly, but if there's a policy reason behind the distinction, if you could assist us with that. And I wanted to ask on behalf of the workers under 25, I applaud the effort of the government to be aware of how this can affect pension and service of those who would be in the employ permanently of the government. I wish to ask, as it relates to 25, whether there could be or should be some provision where IMARBE or the government is obligated to take any person who would not be able to fit into the new regime, or whether we would consider retiring those posts in the interest of the public service, so that those people can not be affected adversely. But I do acknowledge the other mechanisms in there. I think they're very good mechanisms. And as well, I want to applaud the 29. I don't think it needed to be stated, but I really like that it's stated for the removal of all doubt, the liability that would move to the new corporate entity as opposed to staying with the government. If we could just have some clarifications on those points, I am minded very much so to support this bill.
I recognize Senator Christopher.
Senator Dennison, thanks for your comments. I rise in support of this bill. Your query in connection with the amalgamation of the registry and the high seas fishing unit, I think that's one of the purposes of the legislation. There is quite a bit of overlap in responsibilities that with a view to enhancing efficiency and enhancing cost effectiveness, it was determined that both units should be consolidated in effect. The IMARBE and its establishment as a statutory body, I would say you have basically three main areas. There are other advantages, but three main areas for its consolidation and its establishment as a statutory authority. As leader of government business alluded to, over the years, there has been different times at which the IMARBE has been colored in terms of reputation by standards, by not meeting certain international standards, certain compliance with certain conventions. This is one of those reasons behind the consolidation of this legislation, or sorry, these bodies, these departments or units. The ability to have that oversight, that supervision on both units together, the ability to consolidate both units together, it is the view that this opportunity to highlight our achievements so far as the anti-money laundering evaluation, from moving from the third round, where basically Belize got an F in the third round CFATF mutual evaluation, to now Belize getting an A in the fourth round mutual evaluation. We are, our rating is in the top, how I would put it, less than 15% of the countries in the world have received a rating as ours. So we are proud of that achievement and what it took to make that achievement, and we know what we need to do to go from an F to an A. I wouldn't say that IMARBE has suffered an F at this point in time, but maybe it's a C minus. And so there's a lot of work to move us from that C minus to an A. And as we move towards and get to that A, then the international maritime sector of Belize has a lot of benefit, a lot of opportunity that it will bring to our country and its people. So this is that effort. This is that start, if you will, to elevate our standards and elevate our jurisdiction so far as an international maritime jurisdiction is concerned. So the consolidation plays a role in part of that. What the statutory authority status also helps to do, and you see the legislation talking about Section 20, referring to Section 20, and how there's a move of the HR. It is to address the HR challenges. That is one of the challenges that we face currently as departments of government. by bringing it under that statutory authority, there is, and I can't speak for the Financial Services Commission or whoever will be the managing director, but I expect that there will be far more or far better incentives to work for IMARBE as a statutory authority than may exist as it currently exists. That is important to attract the necessary competency and skill level for us to be able to develop the standards, develop the operational capacity of IMARBE to the point where we can be a top level maritime jurisdiction. Technology, there will be a lot of investment in technology that will be required for us to really just even be on par with other competitor jurisdictions. This structure will enable us to make that investment more aggressively in technology. And of course, as leader of our business highlighted, the marketing, the opportunity for marketing, that's a budget in its own right, and that will require substantive investments in marketing of this reorganized maritime sector through the IMARBE statutory authority. But those, I would say, are the key areas for as you say, amalgamating or consolidating under the structure of a statutory authority. With respect to the Port Authority, I don't think there is any connection in terms of the Port Authority. If you will, I would say we'd look at it as more a separation between domestic and international. So the IMARBE International Merchant Marine Registry and the High Seas Fishing Unit, those are more the international side of the maritime sector, whereas the Port Authority deals with more of the domestic. On Section 18, is it Section 18.2 that you spoke about, 17 and 18. 17 deals with the audit, and I think it mirrors in large part what's in the Financial Services Commission Act, but also similar to the Central Bank Act. The requirement of the audit and the submission of the audit to the minister, but also the laying before the National Assembly of the annual report. So that ensures that the audit and the annual report is of public record for anyone to look at, and it obliges IMARBE to meet that obligation. In the case of Section 18 deals with the budget. So the audit is backward-looking, the budget is forward-looking. So the budget sets Section 18 sets a process for which IMARBE is obliged to prepare the budget estimates and submit for consideration. So that is what Section 18.2 speaks to. So that's really the distinction between the budget and the audit. Maybe I misunderstood you, but the audit, what in terms of 17 is historical, whereas the budget is forward-looking. Section, which section are you talking about? Okay, yes. I think that's just a choice of timeline. If you look at audits, typically audits take 4 months to get done. So it might be at least 4 months. It might be longer than that. You might see they have that experience in the private sector in terms of getting audits done. So even if we want to put 3 months, 3 months might not be a realistic timeline to get it completed. Right, so if that's the case, yes, we could look at the FSC Act and see if there might need to be an adjustment on that. You also had highlighted the difference in terms of National Assembly versus the House. I'm not aware of the rationale why it would be only the House in the Financial Services Commission Act, but certainly with a view to a broaden to this in terms of being in the public realm, the preference is to have it laid before the table of both houses of the National Assembly. On the matter of Section 25, I think that speaks to transfers, yes. So as discussed, you will have, and I think this applies similarly, or this applied similarly with the company's registry, that you have the opportunity to stay with the registry, in this case with the MARBE, or be transferred into another government department. I don't think there is much in terms of difference as far as how that played out versus what is contemplated here. But yes, the intent is to have the IMARBE employees, the current IMARBE and High Seas Fishing Unit employees, form the HR of the new statutory authority. In terms of those who might not fit, that's what Section 20 subsection 5 seeks to address. That one, as it states, that nothing in this section shall be deemed to preclude a person deemed to be transferred under subsection 1 from applying during the period specified under subsection 1 for a transfer to a government department, and on such application being made, the person shall be treated as if that person had continued to be in the service of government. So being brought under the IMARBE statutory authority by virtue of this legislation does not mean that you have to remain there. If it is that you do not fit or you would prefer not to be part of the statutory authority, that opportunity to be transferred out exists. In terms of whether there is a matter of redundancy, I believe that under the public service regulations, that can be effected, but at this point in time, all those posts effectively would be assumed by the statutory authority. I don't know if there are any other. Well, that's, okay. So I think those are my comments. Thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish the International Merchant Marine Registry of Belize as a statutory body and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to establish the International Merchant Marine Registry of Belize as a statutory body. Committee of the Whole, Senate on Motions and Bills.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, a committee of the whole Senate, to consider the motions referred to it, and thereafter, in accordance with Standing Order 54, the committee of the whole Senate to consider the bills that were read a second time.
Government business motions.
May I, Madam President?
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the following motions. Resolution authorizing requests for affiliation to the Interparliamentary Union, Motion 2025. Resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize to the Framework Agreement for Grant Aid between the Government of Belize and the Government of the Republic of Korea, Motion 2025. Resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize to the agreement between the Government of Belize and the Republic of Korea concerning loans from the Economic Cooperation Fund, Motion 2025. Resolution authorizing the acceptance of the amendments to the International Sugar Agreement 2025 and appointment of the Auditor General, Motion 2025. The committee further agreed that the motions be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the questions be put.
Honorable members, the question is that now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House authorizes the Speaker of the National Assembly to, in a sovereign and formal manner, request affiliation to the Interparliamentary Union and entrust the Speaker of the National Assembly to convey this resolution to the Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union. Honorable members, the question is that now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the Government of Belize to ratify to the Framework Agreement for Grant Aid between the Government of Belize and the Government of the Republic of Korea. Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the Government of Belize to ratify to the Framework Agreement relating to the Economic Development Cooperation Fund between the Government of Belize and the Government of the Republic of Korea. Honorable members, the question is that now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the Government of Belize to accept the amendments to the International Sugar Agreement 1992. And honorable members, the question is that now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate recommends that Maria Nel Rodriguez be appointed as Auditor General effective the 1st January 2025 until the 28th July 2047, when she attains the age of 65 years. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, the Committee of the Whole Senate considered 7 bills. With your permission, I would like to take them together. Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Senior Courts Amendment Bill 2025, the Trade Licensing Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025, Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill 2025, Stamp Duties Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025, Belize Companies Amendment Bill 2025, the National Symbols Bill 2025, and the International Merchant and Marine Registry Bill 2025, and pass them without amendment. I now move that the bills be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Senior Courts Act, Act Number 27 of 2022, to provide for notices and documents required to be served in relation to appeals from inferior courts to be served by public advertisement, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Trade Licensing Act, Act Number 19 of 2024, to change the date of commencement of the Act to allow for further public sensitization of the scope and nature of the Act and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act Number 4 of 2023, to allow registered cooperative societies to be eligible to receive fiscal incentives and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to make clarifying amendments to the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act, Act Number 11 of 2022, to provide for the administrative restoration of a company that has been dissolved, to repeal and replace provisions relating to restoration of a dissolved company by the High Court, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to prescribe the national symbols of Belize, to regulate the use of the national symbols of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. And honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish the International Merchant Marine Registry of Belize as a statutory body and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Senior Courts Act, Act Number 27 of 2022. Bill for an act to amend the Trade Licensing Act, Act Number 19 of 2024. Bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act Number 4 of 2023. Bill for an act to make clarifying amendments to the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act, Act Number 11 of 2022. Bill for an act to prescribe the national symbols of Belize, to regulate the use of the national symbols of Belize. Bill for an act to establish the International Merchant and Marine Registry of Belize as a statutory body.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Bennett, you have asked to speak on the adjournment?
Madam President, colleagues, I know it has been a long day, but I will be short. Just needing to emphasize progress and prosperity and innovation that has been happening in the Ministry of Agriculture. I have before me several products that have actually started over the past couple years. I'm not sure how many persons are familiar with them, but they are products that are locally made. And I'm emphasizing the fact that they are made, but not on mass production. What is important for us to understand is that the agro-processing unit in Central Farm actually trains persons, small groups of individuals on appointments, to be able to produce these organic, very nutritious food. For those who don't know, there are different types of sweet potato. I think there are 14 species. And what the agro-processing unit have been doing is producing different types of flour. So I have here banana flour from green banana. I have the sweet potato flour as well. They also provided a sample of breadfruit flour. I never heard of it before. Then there is the other yellow sweet potato flour. And there's also, well, there's additional ones here. But what is important and what they're emphasizing is the fact that we have so much chronic condition in our country, and Belizeans can take a hold of their health because it's part of their responsibility. And so even though we are emphasizing and we are providing quality health care through NHI, part of our responsibility is to be able to make healthy choices in terms of our food. They have papaya jam. They also produce pineapple jam, a variety of hot peppers, etc. Why am I emphasizing all of this? And I won't pull out all these things just now. Turmeric powder, porridge, banana porridge. They have ventured into making a substance that has replaced encaparina, which is utilized in the school feeding programs in the different schools that have been identified to assist children with daily meals. Beside these products, Madam President, the pride that these individuals take in training individuals to produce them, just for the purpose of this short presentation, I would like to emphasize and celebrate the work of Anna Hoy, Rosetta Williams, she's a processing assistant, then Dennis Castillo, who is also a processing assistant, Cristobal Mancham, I think that's how you pronounce the name, and the coordinator for the agro-processing unit, Mr. E. Gentle. The backbone behind that unit is our agricultural officers. From north to south, east to west, they police our farms, ensuring that we get quality food. And one key person behind the big movement in having healthy food choices in school, which is an initiative under this government, is Mr. Emilio Montero from the Cayo district. What is important as well, besides the product and the personnel that put their love and passion into this, Madam President, is the fact that they also have an accompanying cookbook. So for persons who struggle with lifestyle conditions such as diabetes, high blood pressure, cholesterol issues, that book is there for them to guide. So with that short presentation, Madam President, I would like to say that this is not a one-time off initiative. There's so many other innovation that is coming out of different ministries. And I'm happy that Minister Musa had listed, Karim that is, had listed so many other activities that we can continue to look forward to in terms of prosperity, in terms of wealth for the nation, in terms of having innovation and entrepreneurial spirit coming out of the Belizean people. So I'm happy for this opportunity that I have gotten to be able to make this short presentation, but also to say, Madam President, for the opportunity that I've had to work in the Senate. Under your leadership, it was very educational, it was very impactful, it was very life-changing. And I would also like to say congratulations to Ms. Clarita Petch as the first woman to serve as a Senate for Belize. I thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. No. The ayes have it, and Senate now stands adjourned.